Oh yeah. I gotta actually turn the microphone off. He's watching me. I gotta turn the camera on. Hello. How's it going? I should probably make it so he can't watch me anymore. Oop, that didn't help at all. Just gonna angle it. Gotta angle it so I can dangle it. That's what my pa always said. I got some mashed potatoes. Once again, because I'm an idiot, I didn't eat lunch yet, so I'm doing that now. I got a whole bunch of mashed potatoes. Mmm. Yeah, I heard about the Muttaburrasaurus and Lystrosaurus embryo. Muttaburrasaurus looks weird now. I don't like it. I don't like how it looks. Change it back. Change it back now. The Lystrosaurus embryo is neat. This needs salt. Oh, I don't know what I pushed there, but it was something. I feel like these are usually pretty salty by default, but not so today. Very plain potatoes. I kind of figured Lystrosaurus laid eggs because, like, even uh more mammal-like therapsids, like the cynodonts and shit, they were still laying eggs by that point. And hell, mammals were still laying eggs for a while. Mm. Yeah, that's my thoughts on the Avatar thing too. Is like, God, the voice acting is not good. And like, I don't understand why they couldn't just bring back the original voice actors. What the hell, man? Like okay, Aang, I get his voice actor is basically retired, but like everyone else is still working. Jack DeSena is still working. Dante Bosco's still working. Mae Whitman's still working. Okay, I think like I know the Toph's voice actor wanted to come back. So what the hell, man? Mm, new Carnotaurus material. That sounds cool. Maybe it's got really stubby legs like Bajungasaurus. Mm. I don't know. I don't think it's placeholder. I don't think so. Like that's. I don't know if you get Dave Bautista to do like placeholder dialogue. You know what I mean? I feel like you'd get a bunch of random goobers to do the placeholder dialogue, and even then, wouldn't you do the dialogue first so that way you could like animate it over the animate it to sync up with their voices? I don't know. That seems like a weird choice to me. Oh, jeez. Uh, Simulated the T Rex in Modern Africa by Spino Snack. 10 terrifying animals are glad are extinct by top 10. Okay, I'm gonna take a few more bites of mashy taters. Delicious, delicious mashy taters. Mm, there it is. They're certainly more delicious now that I've actually added salt. Oh yeah, I hope everyone also saw a Great Blues video that he posted today, where he beat Minecraft as all the blocks in the world are rapidly being deleted. I won. It was all thanks to my beautiful Chud son. Thank you, Chud son, wherever you are. I gotta like get myself in the in the zone, right? Oop, get over here. I'm still eating my mashed taters. I apologize. Oh god, did he actually post a new fucking video? I mean, maybe since the last time. Nope. That's from 2 weeks ago. I remember. Shut the fuck up. Um, yeah, that's just one of his classic style videos of I dumped a bunch of fucking fish inside of a dirty pool or a fucking sewer or some shit. All opaque water so you can't see the fish swimming around. Just all that bullshit. Bleh. Garbage. That's the kind of thing I couldn't be super helpful for just because like I'm not an expert on fish. Like I own fish and I've successfully kept my fish alive for the most part, which is more than a lot of people can say about fish keeping because it's just kind of random sometimes. Also, I think call me crazy, but I think my bathroom lights are kind of blowing this all out. Oof. Yeah, despite my name, I'm not like an expert on every kind of fish that exists. Like, I'm a fish guy, but I'm not like a complete expert. Like, I want to say, aside from my Sicilian, which is only not basic because they're rare, um, like the fish that I take care of are super super basic. I have like guppies and really common Corydoras and like a betta fish and lots of kinds of tetras. That's it. That's what I have. Just and a couple rainbow fish, I guess. Just small, easy to keep stuff. Mm. I look like I've aged. I think that's just because I'm very tired today. Um, like again, I just feel like I've been having issues sleeping ever since I moved into the new place. I have like my crackpot theories on that. One of which is that usually I like to sleep up against a wall where like the sort of side of the bed is facing the wall. Um, this bedroom isn't really big enough for me to do that and like just also have everything laid out the way I want it to. Maybe if no, because then how the hell would I actually access Dimitri? Dimitri taking up so much damn space is a bit of a it's a bit of a brain teaser. Just like just a little bit for how I would get my bed up against the wall and also remain comfortable. Weighted blanket? Nah, that doesn't really help me. Like I've tried honestly it kind of like does the opposite intended effect. I don't really care for that. I feel like I'm stuck, right? And I don't like that. My brain does not play happy with that. Like some people with really bad anxiety really love the weighted blanket thing, and I understand that. I'm not one of those people. I am not. I don't care for the sensation of just being kind of trapped in place while I sleep at all. I'm sure people will play armchair psychologist with that and say it's for completely different anxiety reasons. Hmm. I mean, I could move Dimitri to the kitchen, but I've already got my snake in the kitchen. Okay. Maybe sleep apnea. Something like that. What snake? Do I get the snake? Do I grab the snake? Brandy might have to leave so that she doesn't try to eat the snake. Bam bam. Merp. Want a stringy? Whee! Go get it. Whee! This is all a ploy so I can abandon you out here for a few minutes. Whee! Whee! Oh, I know what you want. I know what you want. Where's it at? Where's the good shit? Where's the dank kush? There it is. There's the dank kush. I got a nice big helping of dank kush. Yeah. Are you gonna pee on me? Are you gonna pee on me? No, you're not gonna pee on me, are you? Because we're friends now, right? No, you're about to pee. Well, if you're gonna pee, yep, there it goes. There it goes. There's the pee. There's the pee. Okay. There's the pee. Let me. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Snake! He tried to pee all over me. Sleep apnea be related to my recent shortness of breath? Probably. Hi. You didn't pee on me. You didn't manage it. Oh, he's a little bit wigged out right now just because he's not. Oh, not the most used to being handled. You're okay, I promise. I really got to get him used to more handling. But he's starting to calm down now. There he goes. There he goes. I have seen the snake that hates Markiplier. I actually tried to show him Markiplier. No reaction. So that's just a tofu thing, apparently. Hi. Species. This is a Pueblan milk snake. According to the guy. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I didn't mean to start. He's so skittish. He's so skittish. I really got to get him just used to my presence and handling and all that stuff. He is so sweet. He's never tried to bite me or anything like that. He's so shy and skittish. But I think that's just kind of typical for milk snakes, apparently, or especially at his age. Am I like scaring you with my breath? I am so sorry. Yeah, I ordered him off the dark web. Definitely not from some guy in San Isidro. Are you okay? Are you okay? Brandy's in the kitchen getting high off of catnip right now. Yeah, he's still a baby. Well, not like a baby baby, but certainly on the young side. Yeah, you're so deadly, aren't you? Yes, you are. You're a totally deadly coral snake. Yeah, he's a little bit wigged out right now. But, you hold him for long enough and he realizes, oh, you're not going to eat me. Okay, and then he just gets kind of used to it. Nah. It's understandable that, like, snakes are scared of people. Like, I don't blame him at all. It's just like, I gotta get him used to realizing that I am not a threat. And, that's gonna take a while. Because he's a scared little boy. And I need to teach him not to be scared. You okay? Well, yeah, there's also the part where we see snakes as, like, being evil, but, you know, they probably just see us as being really fucking scary because we're really big and could kill them easily. Even the most dangerous snakes on the planet, we could kill them so fucking easily. Um, we just die, like, right afterwards, most of the time. Hi. Sister got a Kenyan sand boa today. Those are fun. They look very silly. You've never, like, stood still for me this long. Usually he's, like, all slithering around and I have to kind of keep track of him. Nope. Are you okay? Are you okay? There he goes. Now he's starting to move around a bit. There we go. There's the tongue flicks. Now he's happy. Well, happier, I guess. Tell me all think he's a cutie. You are so cute. Everyone thinks that you're the cutest little snake in the world. Aw, me? I'm not sure if I ever have like a. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I don't think I really have a name for him yet. Want to check out the microphone? You want to give it a little sniff? You want to give everything a little sniff. Just in case he falls. I got my hand here. Do you want to just hang out there? You could. Oh. Oh, I do. I did like Trouser Snake. Do you just want to hang out on the microphone? You could do that. That'd be chill. That's a way for us to get used to each other. Of course, I'm gonna be yelling at Sludge a lot, so it's a good thing that your ears don't work very well because you don't have external ears. I'm gonna put my snake on the mic. I mean, as long as Brandy's not in here to. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. As long as Brandy's not in here to eat him. You can't go inside my can of Dr. Pepper. I'm sorry. You cannot. You cannot. That is a health hazard. Oh. He's not in the hang around mood right now. He's in the get me the hell away from here mood. You're okay, I promise. I should probably put this back so we can get back to it. No, I'm keeping an eye on him. I know where he is. You crave the carbonation. Yes, you do. You crave the Dr. Pepper. How do snakes make babies with their scaled hoses? They have like the males at least have like a hemipenis, which is kind of a penis that's just like bleh. I don't know what the purpose of the prong is, but yeah, it's just a penis. And then he just kind of sidles up to the lady snake, is just like, hey, I'm gonna put my hemipenis in you, and she's just like, okay, because they got the cloaca in the back, sort of an all-purpose hole. Really, there's some animals where you look at them that's a lot more like how do you do the do? Personally, a lot more than snakes. At least for me, anyway. Like there's that one image that goes around of like the dinosaurs just kind of very awkwardly placed on top of each other, like quote unquote mating and saying someone's lying here. And it's like, I mean, obviously they would just have some kind of penis structure, right? But even elephants, right? Elephants, they just seem so awkwardly built for mating. And it's just like, how do they do that? It's just like, well, they got a really fucking big penis. Yeah, but no, like a really big one. Long and prehensile. That's usually the answer to these sorts of things. You can be shaped however the fuck you want as long as you have a prehensile penis. Isn't that right? You don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they have two trunks. You're chilling. Alright, I'm gonna put the snake back. I'm gonna put him back. Did you have a fun field trip, little mans? Did you have a fun field trip? Put you right back, right back. And unfortunately, the setup I have him in is a top opening rather than front opening, so it's very difficult to convince him that I'm not a predator trying to eat him. Anyway, okay. I suppose we can get back into it now. I apologize for spending 30 minutes just fucking around with my snake on stream. I promised I wouldn't do that. I remember. Hold up. Let's see. Uh, Spino Snack. I remember that. Not the Utyrannus in Canada. That T-Rex comparison noted. Yeah, there we go. T-Rex in modern Africa. Chaos followed. That's just a tracing of the. I mean, I can't really. Can I make this window smaller so that these cropping issues just don't happen anymore? There we go. That's better. So yeah, that's the one Nanotyrannus. The one front facing one. And everything's like a creepypasta thumbnail. Actually, a lot of these are tracings. I remember this Ceratosaurus picture. Uh, I know I've seen that Megalodon picture somewhere. This could honestly just be like a tracing of a screenshot from the Walking with Dinosaurs post to Sukas. You're around on the paleo side of things for long enough, you start to recognize. Yeah, I remember that one. That is the one T-Rex that's like drinking from the water. T-Rex.exe. It does give those vibes. There we go. Now it's cropped properly. I've never watched this channel either, but I watched the first like 5 seconds of this video and it made me want to beat David Kep to death with my bare hands. So, yeah, this is the Michael Rex from my famous Michael video. This is not Extinct Zoo, this is Spino Snack. And he's got more subscribers than both of my channels combined. But we're gonna see what do. I'm gonna do it.
You crack through the shell, and the first thing you notice is that something is very, very wrong. The air tastes thin.
Okay, problem. David Kep, I hate you so much. David, I shake my fist at you. You are my fucking nemesis, and Cap. So, atmospheric oxygen content, right? Let's start off with a fun one. Let's start off with a really fucking fun one. So, as far as I'm aware, there have been lots of studies done about atmospheric content within the Mesozoic, right? And a lot of studies suggest that, like, the oxygen content was lower than it is today. Atmospheric oxygen has nothing to do with gigantism. I will stress this again. Atmospheric oxygen contents have nothing to do with gigantism of any kind for any animal. And even then, like, huge, like differences in oxygen content that we've seen. Nope, not even unless you're a bug. Not even unless you're a bug. They did a study on that. And apparently the amount of oxygen content in the Carboniferous had absolutely nothing to do with how big the bugs got. They got big because there just straight up wasn't any like competition on land to fill up their ecological niches. But then they got small because when animals did come up that could like take up those niches, their body construction was so different that the whole square cube law thing that prevents arthropods from getting, like, you know, beyond a certain size, that didn't affect those creatures, but it did affect arthropods. So things could get big enough to like tackle arthropods even if they got really big. And it's just like, well, there's nothing we could do now except just like keep our niche as little small guys. And you can tell that atmospheric contents had nothing to do with this because the giant griffin flies still survived into the Permian. Well, after like all the giant forests of whatever the fuck the trees in the Carboniferous were made out of, I assume carbon, after all that died off and we got into the Permian, the giant griffin flies were still around because guess what? There's no competition. There's no birds, there's no pterosaurs. They are the biggest motherfuckers in the sky, and nothing's gonna stop them until the Permian mass extinction happens, and all the weird little reptiles of the Permian and Triassic that are trying out different flight strategies, they're able to actually take off into the sky. Right, underwater arthropod size is also a lot less regulated. That's more determined by things like what lobsters have to deal with today, right? where the bigger you get, the thicker your exoskeleton gets, and therefore the more difficult it is to molt. That's why lobsters can kind of sort of live forever, but not really, because eventually their exoskeletons will just get so thick that they can't even break through them, and then they just kind of die in the molt. They got big because the biggest things besides them were like big temnospondyls or amphibians, right? Like reptiles were, back in the Carboniferous days, were still really small. Some amphibians got to decent sizes, and like they were able to actually compete with the giant arthropods of the Carboniferous. And then after that happened, then they started to go into decline once those guys got big. It's not that they suffocate to death, it's that it's difficult to explain. What's a good analog for this? Like, they're kind of just like when you molt, right? When an arthropod molts, it's got to like break. It's because it's growing under its skin, and then it needs to like break out of that skin and then harden its new skin. And if you can't break out of that old skin, then you kind of just die. It's not necessarily a suffocation thing. It's just like its own completely different set of problems. And yes, that would be a completely outdated fact. Completely outdated, completely baseless. But I'm going to assume that, like, partly due to fucking Rebirth. Because, hey, this video is only 2 weeks old. Fucking Rebirth was out there, like, God, what was it, last year? Spreading all this garbage about, like, oh, hey, actually, dinosaurs wouldn't be able to survive in our world today anyway because of the oxygen. That's why they can only survive around the equator, because that's where all the rainforests are. Because that obviously wherever the rainforests are is where all of the oxygen is, right? No, that's not even correct. God, that's not even a little bit correct. As again, as far as I'm aware, oxygen contents around the rainforest are actually lower. Wow, crazy. Crazy. And again, like, yeah, as Owen just said, most of the oxygen that we get in our atmosphere isn't even from the rainforest, it's from fucking phytoplankton. So basically, 6 seconds into the video, it's wrong. Basically, it's wrong. It's wrong. There's a whole 28 minutes left of this. Let's keep going.
Like you're trying to breathe through a straw, and the sounds are all off. There's no low rumbles of hadrosaurs, no crashing of ferns, just wind through grass that shouldn't.
I mean, there would be low rumbling because elephants communicate through low rumbling. There's sounds that we can't hear, but they can hear just fine. I think they like feel the sounds through their feet, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, elephants communicate through low rumbles, so you'd still hear that. Also, elephants are roughly hadrosaur sized-ish, depending on the hadrosaur. Some hadrosaurs are bigger. Sometimes they're bigger, sometimes they're smaller. I don't really know. At the end of the day, they're all just bones in the ground.
Exists yet, distant sound of something that sounds like it's having a medical emergency. Welcome to 2026. You're 66 million years late, and this is going to be a problem. Why? Mm-hmm. You're about the size of a turkey, maybe 40 pounds.
Why is that a problem? Obama.
If we're being generous, and your brain is screaming at you to find cover because hatchling tyrannosaurs did not survive by
Also, is he saying that a hatchling tyrannosaur is about the size of a turkey? Because that's too big. Fuck it. That is a size overestimate. That is a size overestimate. They would have been smaller than that. Like, I want to say a T-Rex egg is maybe... I don't know if we even have T-Rex eggs, actually. It's like... that big-ish, I want to say. So a T-Rex chick probably would have been like maybe that big. So like at best I would say like chicken size-ish. Maybe. I don't know, man.
Standing in open spaces, waiting to be noticed. But here's the thing. There is no cover. You're standing in grass, which should not exist.
Cover, 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 cover. Also, grass did exist during the Maastrichtian age of the Mesozoic. It's just like that's pretty much the only part of the Mesozoic where it did actually exist. So yes, T-Rex may have seen grass. As far as I'm aware, grass really started getting its footing in like India, if I'm not mistaken. Also, this is a very crunchy JPEG of Saharan Africa. Or sub-Saharan Africa, rather. Yeah, so T-Rex could have touched grass. It could have. But yeah, like, if this were like an Allosaurus or something, then fair enough, it shouldn't have seen grass. And yeah, like, tall enough grass could easily hide a juvenile T-Rex. You can hide loads of shit in tall enough grass. You can find that out just by playing Jurassic World Evolution and, like, filling your park with a bunch of tiny stuff. You can't see it. It's all hidden in tall grass.
Yet, surrounded by more grass, which also shouldn't exist, and the nearest tree is maybe 400 meters away across completely flat terrain. No ferns, no cicads, no dense
Cicads? Cycads. Cycads.
forests, just golden grass swaying in the wind that smells like absolutely nothing that your nose recognizes. Your eyes are good. They're some of the best eyes of any predator that ever lived. And what they're telling you right now is that you are deeply, catastrophically visible. Anything within a kilometer can see you, and something does. You hear them before you see them.
Okay, so it's dead. Unless he's going to say that the hyenas were completely uninterested in this unguarded baby tyrannosaur because they're scavengers. Yeah, he's dead.
Weird whooping sound that's high-pitched and wrong. And when you turn, there are 5 spotted hyenas about 200 meters out.
Okay, so he's dead.
In that trotting way that looks casual but covers ground fast. Each one weighs around
oh shit, here we go again.
Which means they outweigh you by triple. And they're communicating with each other using vocalizations that sound excited. You are meat. This is them assessing
what
they're about to do. Your instinct says to climb a tree. This is a good instinct. This is what works, except the nearest tree is 400 meters away, and these hyenas are closing at maybe 50 meters per minute.
I have no idea if baby tyrannosaurs would have climbed trees. Like, this is pure speculation because I think that our material of young tyrannosaurs is very, very limited. I want to say, like, most of the like juvenile Tyrannosaurus specimens that we have are probably in private collections, and obviously that's just as frustrating as it was when Nanotyrannus was still not a thing. But my speculation would be that, like, Tyrannosaurs at this age would be pretty much entirely dependent on the parents. Parents, if not parent. So, it really just depends. Like, hey, I'll criticize Walking with Dinosaurs 2025 as much as the next guy, but, like, the Spinosaurus male taking care of all of his babies, like, yeah, I think that is downright plausible. As opposed to the mother T-Rex just drops its egg in the middle of nowhere and is like, okay, fend for yourself. Have fun. Yeah, no, like, an infant T-Rex, freshly hatched, immediately surrounded by predators, would not survive in sub-Saharan Africa, just at all. Or Northern Africa, for that matter. Just at all. Like, all modern-day Archosaurs, all the birds, I mean, with some minor exceptions, but even then, the exception still revolves around, like, parents of another species taking care of the baby. all modern archosaurs take care of their babies to some degree. Crocodilians do it, birds do it. So, and we have so much fossil evidence of, like, pretty much all fossil evidence that we have of dinosaur nest sites shows them doing the same thing. They all, like, oviraptors took care of their babies. Maiasaura took care of their babies, right? They all took care of their babies. So, leaving out the parent when that's, like, the main thing that would give a T-Rex literally any chance of survival outside of the egg is weird. But, like, let's see what plot armor comes to save this little baby.
So the math says you don't make it.
Yeah,
so you run.
You don't.
You hit maybe 25 kilometers per hour, which is fast for a baby dinosaur, but these hyenas can do 60. And you're learning in real time that the Serengeti is not designed for ambush predators who rely on the forced cover and surprise. You're just a 40-pound target sprinting across a flat plain while 5 pack hunters close the distance.
I have no idea if 25 kilometers an hour is a reasonable speed for a juvenile T-Rex. 60 kilometers per hour sounds fast for a hyena. Fucking hyena speed. That's what the AI thing says? Okay, Wikipedia also says that. I trust Wikipedia more than the AI goop. So yeah, up to 60 kilometers an hour, 37 miles an hour.
The whooping gets louder. One of them is maybe 30 meters behind you now, and then you see the hole. It's a warthog burrow, just a dark opening in the soil near a termite mound.
Okay, so he's dead, because that warthog's gonna beat the shit out of him.
You don't think, you just dive. You scramble in head first, claws scraping dirt, and you wedge yourself as far back as the tunnel allows.
Since there's no real simulation, do you have any reason, given his past videos, that this guy isn't just asking ChatGPT to write a story for him? Asking as someone who's never watched this guy. I've never watched this guy before either. This is my first time watching him. And, I don't know. The whole thing with this is that, again, it's not an actual simulation. It's basically just like, hey, I wrote this little story of what would happen if a little T-Rex just sort of got plopped in the middle of the Serengeti. And here's what happened. And that kind of just ends up creating sort of the Stan Lee problem of the thing that the character who the writer wants to win will end up winning. So it's not a simulation, because in a simulation, the T-Rex juvenile is already dead. It's already dead. It's been ripped to pieces by hyenas. It's dead. They saw it. They were bearing down on it way faster. It's just dead. That's all there is to it. So yeah, it's just like, I need to justify my edgy thumbnail where the T-Rex is looking directly at you, right? And just becomes a ridiculous problem in this ecosystem that it's been randomly introduced to. So it's like, I don't know. Personally speaking, from a writing perspective, I could do with a bit of tension if I just know that the T-Rex is going to survive literally everything, even when it shouldn't, personally speaking. These are most of these Spec Evo videos. Cool, so I've been missing out on absolutely nothing by not watching them.
The hyenas arrive within seconds, pacing outside, and one of them sticks its head into the entrance, sniffing. You can see its teeth. It can definitely see you, but the tunnel is narrow and you're jammed in deep. And after maybe 5 minutes of digging at the entrance, they give up. You were not worth the effort. You were not dead. That counts for something. You spend your first night.
Isn't there still a warthog, bro? Isn't there still a warthog around? That's what I'd be concerned about, because I feel like a warthog would probably just, like, number one, be pissed off that something's inside of its burrow, and number two, potentially view you as a meal. As far as I'm aware, they are omnivorous, so you could be a warthog snack. And then he'll be a big pig too. Oi.
Alive in a hole that smells intensely like pig, listening to things moving around outside. And it's here in the dark that you figure out the first rule of modern Africa. Nothing here is designed to help you. The ecosystem does not have a niche for you. There is no ecological role you fit into. You are 66 million years out of date and the world has moved on. Morning comes and you're starving, which makes sense because you haven't
Homer.
eaten since you absorbed the last of your egg yolk maybe 18 hours ago, and you need to figure out food immediately.
Bugs.
You emerge from the burrow carefully, checking for hyenas, and when the coast looks clear, you start moving. Your brain says to hunt small dinosaurs, maybe a juvenile hadrosaur, something in the 20 to 30 kilogram.
Your brain says to hunt small. Again, I really feel like juvenile tyrannosaurs would have been completely under the care of their parents. There is evidence to suggest that like subadult tyrannosaurs were hunting by themselves. There is a fossil of a Gorgosaurus that was found that basically choked on a young Oviraptorosaur and died. So yeah, how this is a really weird scenario that you're putting in my head for how a baby T-Rex is supposed to survive in the Maastrichtian, like in the Hell Creek Formation, right? So baby hadrosaurs also would have been taken care of by their parents, as we see in this image here. So you're basically saying that the T-Rex baby needs to go into like a hadrosaur nest, sneak up on one of these babies that's being surrounded by multiple adult dinosaurs, grab it and run, instead of just like eating small insects or small reptiles, just anything like that, or more likely being fed food by its mother or father. We don't know what kind of parental structure they had. Maybe both, probably both. That would make the most sense. But like, hey, that's just me. That's just me applying, you know, mammalian or human logic to it. It's just like, it would make more sense if both of the parents were there, because that's just like more resources to ensure the baby's survival. But that's not necessarily the thing that a lot of animals do. Sometimes the males just care about impregnating as many females as possible, which is also relatable to a lot of humans. Both is somewhat rare. Usually it's just the mother. Sometimes it is the sometimes it's just the father. There are examples of both of these in modern day archosaurs, I want to say. Like in a lot of crocodilians, it's pretty much just the mother that watches the babies, but in cassowaries and gharials, it's just the dad. A lot of birds are monogamous. So I think that is very possible that a lot of dinosaurs would have been monogamous as well, because obviously that trait had to come from somewhere. But I don't think we can really say for certain what kind of reproductive strategies these dinosaurs would have had, unless we can like... It'd be so difficult to determine that just through fossils. You know what I mean? It'd be really difficult to determine that, because like, how can you tell just through the fossils that this lady has not slept around, that this man has not slept around, that these two are even like definitively mates? In the best case scenario, you get the sort of thing where the guy in Pompeii died jacking off, except for like two dinosaurs who died in the middle of doing the do. And even then, all that proves is that those animals were mating in that moment. That doesn't prove that they were like a monogamous couple. Tyrannosaurus had mates for life. Again, I think it's possible. I can certainly see that for, you know, the more bird-like dinosaurs that weren't birds. Like, I could totally see something like Guanlong being monogamous. But let's continue.
Range, but there are no hadrosaurs. There are no dinosaurs at all except you. What there
Well, also birds.
is, and you spot.
You know what? No, I'm counting that. There are birds. This thing could totally hunt small birds. It totally could. That would be a valid option. And you know what? It would taste just like... T-Rex eating chicken be like, it tastes just like dinosaur.
It near some rocks about 50 meters away is something that looks vaguely rodent-shaped. It's a ground
Vaguely.
squirrel, maybe 2 kilograms, and sitting up on its haunches eating seeds. Perfect. You crouch low in the grass, move slowly, using your forward-facing eyes to gauge distance. You get within 15 meters, 10 meters. You're doing great. Then you charge, and you miss completely.
Oh, you
The
suck.
squirrel doesn't even speed up. It just hops to the left while you sail past. And it goes back to eating seeds while you stand there breathing hard and realize you have no idea how to hunt in open terrain. In Hell Creek, you would have hid behind a tree trunk and wait for prey to come within 3 meters and then explode out and grab it. But that strategy
You're really acting like just tall grass or cover of any kind straight up does not exist around here. Like tall grass for an animal this small just doesn't act as cover. That's so fucking weird. I really just don't get it at all. Also, maybe it's just me. Just from that sort of description, I'm almost getting some I'm sure to win because my speed is superior vibes from this fucking squirrel and T-Rex interaction. Like, is this the kind of guy who thinks that a bear could defeat a T-Rex? I don't know. This is my first time I've ever watched one of his videos, but yeah, I'm getting some mammalian superiority vibes from this, which is weird because I 100% know this is going to end with like T-Rex being the dominant predator and completely destroying this ecosystem. Like, I'm seeing loads of cover around here. Like, this looks great. It seems like this T-Rex is just in the worst position possible and not like, oh, there's literally nothing out here in order like for it to hide behind. It just sounds like this T-Rex is fucking stupid.
does not translate to modern Africa. You try again on a different squirrel 2 hours later. You miss again. This is humbling. You're a Tyrannosaurus Rex. You're supposed to be the most fearsome predator of all time.
That's a Despledosaurus. That's from Little Das's Hunt. That's an unrelated animal used as B-roll, and I'm counting that.
And 2 squirrels have just beaten you. It takes you until mid-afternoon to figure it out. And what becomes clear is that the only prey you can catch right now are the ones that don't see you coming until it's too late. You find a water hole.
Yeah, that's how all predation works. Yeah.
Muddy depression, maybe 30 meters across, and you watch from 100 meters out. Animals come to drink. Zebras, wildebeest, something that looks like a deer but definitely isn't a deer. And then you see it. A Thompson's gazelle fawn.
What?
That's maybe 12 kilograms, separated from its mother by about 20 meters while she drinks.
Okay, you are a newborn Tyrannosaurus hatchling that has never successfully hunted anything, even a squirrel. You came from an egg about this big. I'm gonna hunt a gazelle fawn being protected by its mother. This thing's gonna get trampled to death. We're about to see like our first gazelle on predator kill in all of nature documentaries.
So you circle wide, staying low, getting downwind. You're 30 meters away, then 20. The fawn hasn't noticed you because it's staring at the water. You close to 10 meters, and then you...
It's just staring at the water? Not even like drinking or anything? It's just staring at it? Just,
charge. And this time there's no miss. You hit it at full speed, jaws closing on its neck, and you feel your bite force crush its spine. The fawn drops instantly.
Okay, you know T-Rex had the bite force when it was like an adult, right? Like, I don't know. I agree, this is silly. He's checking out his reflection, Narcissus moment. Congratulations, you killed the world's most narcissistic newborn gazelle. Good job. Goodness gracious. This is very silly. Like, I don't even know, man. This is just like... This is goofy. This feels very goofy. I genuinely don't even know what... Oh, God, there's still so much of this left. There's still so much. Like, yeah, it would... I imagine that a newborn baby T-Rex would have a very low bite force. And insects are apparently not even an option. You know fucking Timon and Pumbaa raised little baby Simba on a bunch of bugs. But apparently T-Rex is just like, no, like I am an apex predator. I have to murder something, even if it is, you know, several times my size, and being protected by its mother, who is even more several times my size. Other Spec Evo videos actually try to educate people before getting into the stupid RP stuff. That's what it feels like. This feels like someone's role play, and that's kind of cringe. That's kind of cringe. Not gonna lie. Yeah, insects don't exist in sub-Saharan Africa. What meerkats will do instead of eating a bunch of bugs and stuff is they'll go around and just try to find like baby warthogs and baby hippopotamuses and just swarm them to death. A mob of meerkats can debone a baby hippopotamus in about 30 minutes or less, or it's free.
You've just killed something, and your brain floods with signals that say eat. So you do. The meat tastes wrong. Not
Me when I'm hungry, my brain is flooding with signals that say to eat. Also, this is implying that, like, number one, mammals just straight up didn't exist during the Mesozoic, which obviously they did. And number two, that a Tyrannosaur never would have eaten one, which is also preposterous. There were indeed mammals during the Mesozoic, including in Maastrichtian Hell Creek. Like fucking Didelphodon, right? So yeah, I firmly believe
10 extinct creatures that could have destroyed the world by Matthew Santoro.
Oh my
More Sludge
God.
Origins. By the way, winking face.
Oh, good gravy. All right, we'll take a look at that one. All right. 10 extinct creatures that could have destroyed the world. Is that a little Star Wars alien? Little Star Wars Goopus? Anyway. But yeah, like, I imagine especially like juvenile or subadult T-Rexes probably would have found a mammal to be a decent snack. Like, I don't think that the reason that like Tyrannosaurs didn't hunt mammals frequently was because, oh, their meat tastes wrong. This is unnatural. It's because when you get big enough and the biggest mammal is the size of a possum, it's just not worth it. It is worth it when you're like small and something the size of a possum would make a really good meal. Which, honestly, I think for a newborn T-Rex, the possum wins that fight. But apparently this one's just going around eating newborn gazelles like that's the most ordinary thing in the world. I don't even know it's like eating a single potato chip. It's like eating a single Tic Tac. And being like, I probably burned more calories eating that thing than I actually gained from it. But, yeah, this is so bizarre. It's so fucking weird.
not bad, but just different than what you were expecting. Mammal fat.
How do you expect anything? You were just born. Me when I'm just born. Damn, bro, this titty tastes kind of different than I was expecting. I don't know, man. I was expecting something different. Because, you know, I'm a baby. I have a concept of that sort of thing. I don't just look at titty and think latch. I still think that.
Coats your tongue in a way Hadrosaur meat probably would never. And there's a slight musk to it. But hunger is a very good motivator for getting over being a picky eater. You eat maybe 5 kilograms, which is about 12% of your body weight. And then you hear the vultures landing. There are 3 of them. They're these massive
See, there's some
birds,
dinosaurs.
and they arrived within 30 seconds. You've been here not 18 hours, and you're already learning that in Africa, nothing stays private. Every kill gets an audience. The sun is directly overhead now, and it's hot.
Well, listen, you just killed a baby gazelle, so what's stopping you from murdering all of these vultures, right?
It's maybe 38 degrees Celsius, and you realize very quickly that
Yeah, 5 fucking kilograms of meat. Like, dude, I have no idea how big this fucking T-Rex is supposed to be. I have no. He said like turkey sized. That still seems too big. It's big enough to kill a baby gazelle. That's still like I feel like it's growing just exponentially. By the time this video is done, it's going to be the size of all of Africa itself. Now 40 kilograms, up from 40 pounds. Oh my fucking god.
that you do not have sweat glands, which feels like it should be a design flaw, but you've got to deal with it. So you
No sweat glands feels like it should be a design flaw, but you get... Okay, you know how fucking hot it was in Hell Creek, right? Like, pretty much every analog of, like, Hell Creek ecology says that it would be very close to, like, the modern-day Florida Everglades. Do you know how fucking hot the Florida Everglades are? That shit was hot. It was a different kind of heat. It was like a humid heat. So that could be an issue, right? Because, like, hey, especially when you're dealing with things like reptiles, then difference in humidity can honestly be the difference between life and death. At least for some of them. Also, we're showing, like, this little baby being feathered constantly. Would that not act as some kind of heat regulation? Or what? I feel like that would be part of their purpose, but whatever. But whatever. Yeah, sweat glands are, like, not especially common. They're pretty much only a mammalian thing, and even then, not all animals, in fact, or not all mammals, rather, in fact, most mammals don't have them spread basically all across their bodies like we do. Like dogs, for example, right? The reason they pant is because they don't have sweat glands across their entire body. They only have them on, like, the pads of their feet. So they have to pant in order to, like, regulate their body temperature. So that's just sort of one of those things where it's like, oh man, us humans, we have it so figured out, dog. We got sweat glands and shit. When the reality is that other animals just have different ways of adapting to things like, you know, high temperatures and stuff like that. Other animals just have their own way, but, like, we can't, like, for so many people, it's really difficult to empathize with that sort of thing. Or just, like, rationalize that in their head. Like, why don't you do things the way that we do? Because the way we do things works out just fine. That's the same reason that people just, like we talked about this a little bit in Tier Zoo, how he kind of devalues the breeding strategy where you have a shitload of babies and just kind of leave them. It's just like, well, we have one baby and we take really good care of that, so why doesn't everyone just do that? Like, they're just different strategies that work out just fine for these completely different animals that live these completely different lifestyles. It works out fine for them. Like, hey, African wild dogs live in this sub-Saharan Africa heat in the Serengeti, and they don't have sweat glands across most of their body, just on the pads of their feet. And they do great. They're really great hunters. They're long-distance runners. They're like pursuit predators. They're great. They don't need the sweat glands. They do just fine.
you start panting with your mouth open. It's undignified, but it's better than over.
Why don't bugs just lay one egg? Are they stupid?
Yeah, why don't bugs just lay one egg and live in a monogamous relationship and live for like 80 years? What's the deal with that? Why are bugs stupid?
Overheating. You drag what's left of the fawn towards a lone acacia tree, maybe 50 meters away, settling in the shade underneath it.
And then it gets pounced on by a leopard and dies.
There's a bird there already. Some kind of large ground hornbill.
And then it pecks you to death and you die. Ground hornbills are big-ass animals, and they would absolutely take advantage of a baby tyrannosaur. Also, yeah, did he say it was undignified? Like, bro, it's the same fucking... Like, I made that as a joke in the fucking Tier Zoo video where it's just like, oh man, this isn't my kill, this isn't honorable.
Spinosaurus.
Spinosaurus. The Dunkeltersaurus.
It just stares at you. You stare back.
Brick Squad _EMS donated $10. Is sludge consumption known to cause cancer or birth defects in the state of California?
Yes. Absolutely. And also my sperm have completely lost all their motility. It's just gone. It's just I've been rendered completely infertile by sludge.
Apparently, you're not that scary yet, because this bird doesn't give a shit about you. It just stares you right in the eyes. Afternoon drags.
Yeah, ground hornbills are those guys are like predators, by the way. Like that would it would probably chase you off of your meal or try to kill you. It's really weird that he's just like yeah, there's a ground hornbill there. It doesn't do anything. It just doesn't care about you. It doesn't fear you yet. That's the problem here. Not that it's an actual threat to you. It just doesn't fear you yet. It should though. It should. Yeah, ground hornbills are kind of like modern day Azhdarchids, just on a super small scale compared to like, being giraffe height. I want to say ground hornbills are like about maybe up to like your thigh. Somewhere between like the knee and the thigh in terms of height, right? And they're just out here like looking around for smaller, like shit that's smaller than them on the ground. Little rodents and stuff like that, which, hey, would have been perfectly fine for a juvenile T-Rex to eat. But whatever.
On, and the pattern emerges about the heat. It pins you down. You can't move, you can't hunt, you can't do anything except lie in shade and breathe. This is new. In Hell Creek, it was humid, but there was water everywhere and tree cover. Here, the sun is literally a weapon. You're going to have to hunt at dawn and dusk, or you're going to cook. Around 4 p.m., you hear something that makes you lift your head. They're these low sounds. They're almost subsonic. And then you see them about 100 meters away. 6 lions, 4 females, 2 males. They're staring at you. You stand up. And at 40 pounds, you were very aware that you are not intimidating. The lions seem confused. One of them takes a few steps forward. They're testing. You hiss, which is all you've got. The lions stop. They look at each other, and then the big male makes a decision, and they all turn and walk away.
Why? Okay, that's... I feel like we're playing up the thing where some animals can just kind of bluff their way into surviving encounters they shouldn't, right? Yeah, he just rolled his nat 20 intimidation check. Like honey badgers are the like most famous example of this, right? Where they will just mock charge and they'll bluff at animals, and even things like leopards and lions, they'll just back off and not want to bother with it. The thing is, right, if a fucking lion is really that hungry, it's still gonna it's gonna kill the honey badger. It's gonna do it.
I don't know what's happening and it's already unbearable. Is this some sort of furry roleplay?
I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if that's where this all like stemmed from. It feels so roleplay-ish. It's weird. Yeah. But like the thing with honey badgers is that even though they will lose the fight, like pretty much every single time against a lion or a leopard, the bluff is like, I could take out an eye or like really like bite the hell out of you and scar you up if you try it. Right? It's sort of like I mentioned this when I had the snake out earlier. Like, we as humans will win a fight against a snake, any snake, literally every time. Even a venomous snake. We will win that fight. We'll just die afterwards if we do. We'll just die if we like decide I'm gonna fucking kill that black mamba with my bare hands. You could do it super easily. You could do it super fucking easily. You're just gonna die afterwards. You will. You will absolutely die.
A bottle of sludge makes the workday more tolerable.
At least it does that for you. Not so much for me. Anaconda, like, sort of, maybe. If you had, like, a weapon on you, then, yeah, probably. Yeah, the badger's like, you can eat me, but I'll make you wish that you hadn't tried. Like a honey badger could totally put a lion into a position, or a leopard or anything like that, where it's suffering from a serious injury. It has like it's missing an eye. It could get an infection, anything like that. That a lion might not have to deal with from taking, something that it normally takes down, like a wildebeest or something like that, right? Um, or at the very least, right? Even if it's taking something that has more risk associated with it, like a big African buffalo, like a big Cape buffalo, then if it does kill that Cape buffalo, it doesn't have to hunt again for fucking days. So it's good to go. If you spent all that effort killing a honey badger, then you eat for like a fucking day at best, maybe. You'll top yourself off, right? But when conditions are bad enough that that honey badger's starting to look real tasty, then yeah, lion's gonna go for it. Like we don't know enough about this particular
Sonic.x2 is a better story than this sludge.
let's not say things we can't take back. We don't know how bad the situation is for these lions. Maybe they're totally fine. Maybe they actually would appreciate a meal. This bluff would not work on lions. I'm sorry, it just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. Not, especially not like one little hiss. Like no mock charges, no anything. It's just like, it's just like. It would be like that one scene in The Lion King, right? Where little baby Simba just roars at the hyenas and they're just like, do that again. Do that again. That was fucking hilarious. And then he actually roars. And then the big fucking T-Rex mother that's supposed to be there comes out and kills all the lions. That's what should be happening. But I guess this baby T-Rex was an immaculate conception from the fucking universe itself.
You have been assessed and found to be too weird to be worth the trouble.
Too weird.
You're not scary. You're not prey. You're just confusing. They've never seen you before. But this is something you can work with until you reach your full size. Over the next 3 months, you grow at a rate that would be medically.
You're just too weird to hunt. You're too weird to hunt. Do you know what cats are, dude? Cats will see anything weird that they don't know what it is, and you know what they'll do? They'll fucking play around with it. They'll just like, whoop. They'll just be like, like, dude, that. You'd be having to deal with that, especially from like the juveniles if they were there. They just be like, what the fuck is this thing? And then as soon as they do that, they don't see, oh, this thing isn't a threat, then they'll just eat you. Yeah, that's why lions don't hunt okapis, because they're too weird. Too weird looking. I mean, like, from their perspective, you'd probably just look like a weird little bird. If anything, you'd be in, like, danger of being hunted by, like, a caracal or a serval or something like that. The lions would be an afterthought, I'm gonna be real. You would be serval food. 100% if you're a baby tyrannosaur.
Concerning if you were a mammal, but tyrannosaurs mature fast.
Also, I would like to point out that he wasn't too weird for the hyenas to hunt, but he was too weird for the lions to hunt. Do lions just have different standards? Is that what's going on here? Right, there's only two predators on the Serengeti. There's lions and hyenas.
Hi Fish GB video, and I gotta say you clutched it NGL.
I did clutch it. I don't know what we would have done if I didn't. I think we would have had to wait for the dragon to fly by until we could punch it to death. But yeah. Yeah, painted dogs would be a huge concern. But again, like, even just the fact that this is so similar in, like, size and morphology to, like, ground-dwelling birds, that would so make me think that a caracal or a serval would be just, like, the #1 threat for this sort of thing. Especially because, like, those guys are really good at hunting. Like I want to say servals have among the highest like hunt to kill ratio of any of the wild cats. Oh yeah, snakes would also be a concern. There's like there's loads of different kinds of venomous snakes in Africa. There's like different kinds of cobras and vipers and stuff like that. Like honestly, at this age, a juvenile T-Rex would be so fucking vulnerable to just any of the many dangers. And it's just like this motherfucker's going up against the whole. Oh yeah, and big ass monitor lizards. There's like fucking black throat monitors out there. They don't care how weird you are. They don't care how much they hiss at you. That's gonna charge straight at you and just swallow you whole. Yeah, not to mention he's got to deal with crocodiles. Like, God, Nile crocodiles are just fucking everywhere. Anytime you go to take a drink, you're taking a gamble. You are taking a gamble with your life. You are one T-Rex. 100%. But he's just going up against a pack of hyenas and a pride of lions, and he jogs a little and hisses, and he's totally fine. He's fine. But fuck it, right?
Because they had to in a world full of things trying to eat them. By month 3, you're about 150 pounds, roughly the size of a small adult human, and your appetite is obscene. You need 15 to 20 pounds of meat per week, and the math is simple.
You need to eat one Eric Cartman per week.
You are always hunting, or you're always hungry. You get better at the waterhole ambush strategy. You take down a young warthog, which is ugly, but it's effective, and something clicks to you.
Ugly, but it's effective? Do you mean the hunting strategy or the food? What did you mean by this? Do you mean both? I think you mean both.
About which animals run fast and which ones just think that they could run fast. Zebra run
What?
fast. Warthog do not run fast.
Yes, they do! What the fuck? Warthogs are very fast. Warthogs are fast and they're mean. What is this anti-warthog propaganda? What? I am surprised that this cocky-ass fucking T-Rex hasn't been gored by a warthog tusk. These things are fast. They're very fast.
He has better plot armor than Rey Skywalker.
I completely agree. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's saying that this thing's about the size of an adult human right now, right? Or a small human? I don't know. A small adult human. Fuck it, I don't care. Dude, I would not fight a warthog. I wouldn't fight a warthog, right? I'm like 180 pounds. Like, basically none of that is muscle because I sit around doing this all day. But I would not fight a warthog. I would lose that fight. Like, maybe a young warthog, but again, like, we're just kind of completely glossing over the fact that these baby animals that this T-Rex is killing should be being protected by their parents. They're just kind of not. It's really weird.
Warthog kind of fat. Warthog easy prey. Yum bacon. And you recognize the vulture flight patterns.
Okay, so apparently warthogs are just the garbage shitters of the Serengeti. Like, can we go back to... First of all... Where did you get this? Where did you find this? Where did... Dobson, is that you? Did you come back after all? This is some DeviantArt shit. Genuinely. Yeah, that is not from the movie. That is some MS Paint shit. I like how the face is done in MS Paint and it's like weirdly detailed. It's weirdly on model. And then when it comes to this, it's just like, I tried. I certainly tried. But like, does that look fat to you?
It's effective. And something clicks to you about which animals run fast and which ones just think that they could run fast. Zebra run fast. Warthog do not.
Does that look fat? That doesn't look like a very corpulent hog to me. They used to call me the corpulent hog back in high school. Like, dude, can we get like a... I want to look this up. Warthog running. Fuck it, BBC. Oh. Here come those lions. Okay, those are some stock sound effects. Look at them go!
Lions and warthogs can reach speeds of up to 35 miles per hour.
Look at them
Lions
booking
can
it!
keep up over a short distance, whereas warthogs have the stamina to keep on.
Look at them go! Absolutely outmaneuvering this lioness. She's already getting tired. She's already falling behind. Ah. And
If
she
they
gives
want a
up.
decent meal, the young lions must learn to bring down larger prey.
Warthogs are fast. Like, seriously, you don't underestimate them. They're fast and they're mean. Anyways, that was...
Do not run fast. Warthog kind of fat. Warthog, easy prey. Yum yum bacon. And you
Yeah,
recognize
easy
that?
prey for this juvenile Tyrannosaurus the size of a man. Well, this entire pride of lions couldn't bring down one. Just...
The vulture flight patterns, because where there are vultures, there's either a fresh kill or something dying, and both are useful to you. And then on day 97, you learn about leopards. It's night.
It took you 97 days to learn about leopards? Dude, considering your first fucking day involved a pack of hyenas and a pride of lions, I would assume you would have learned about leopards real damn fast.
Sleeping in the tall grass near a waterhole, full from an impala kill, when something lands on your back and its claws sink into your shoulders and you buck hard spinning.
Oh, you're dead then. You're about the size of a man and you've been ambushed by a leopard, you're dead. You are dead. Also, apparently this leopard doesn't seem to think that you're too weird to eat. How crazy! He's dead. He's been ambushed by he's dead. Do you know how fucking strong leopards are? Also, I cannot turn the volume up any higher. This is as high as the video's volume goes. It is maxed out. It is maxed out.
You catch a glimpse of spotted fur and green eyes before it jumps off. It's a leopard at maybe 80 kilograms, nearly your size. It came out of a tree. You didn't even know it was there, so you spin and lunge with your jaws snapping, but you miss. It rakes your left flank with its claws, 3 deep cuts, and then it's gone into the darkness. The
Why
whole
didn't it
thing
kill
took
you?
Maybe 5 seconds. You're bleeding. 3 deep cuts are across your left flank. They're maybe 4 inches each, and they burn in a way that tells you the claws were not clean. Over the next 2 days, the wounds crust over and start to scar. Pulling tight when you move, and you develop a habit of favoring your right side when you walk. The scars will stay with you. They're going to be permanent lessons about checking trees before you sleep.
Why didn't it kill you? Why didn't it kill you? It ambushed you. It did the thing that leopards do. Why didn't it kill you?
The sludge is quiet, but maybe that's a good thing.
I cannot turn it up any higher. I'm very sorry. I'll try to make it louder in the edit when I make this into a video. Yeah, because it's the Stan Lee thing. Whoever the writer wants to win will win.
But you heal. The pain fades to a dull ache, and by day 6 of resting, you're hunting again, slower and more carefully. You've been given a warning. Everything here can kill you, and some of it kills
Except for the stuff that can't kill you, like the ground storks that just don't see you as a food source for some reason.
From places that you can't see coming. The dry season arrives in month 5, and the water holes start shrinking.
I thought that was spackle for a second.
Herds migrate west towards permanent water, and you follow because you have no choice. You cover 30 kilometers in 3 days, walking
It's
most
a
of
warning
it.
shot.
It's exhausting, but doable at your current size. You're now roughly 300 pounds, maybe 6 months old, and you're still growing at a rate that seems biologically unreasonable. You're no longer prey, but you're not quite predator yet either. You're in between.
You're what? Huh?
Unreasonable. You're no longer prey, but you're not quite predator yet either.
What do you think the hunting has been? What do you... What? What do you think the hunting has been doing? Is that not predation? Yeah, does he think that the predator has to be at the very top of the food chain in order to be a predator at all? Because, like...
The Rex took what doesn't kill you makes you stronger literally with this stupid
Scoop
shit. He's basically God.
Scoop time. Actually, do you want to come out? No, gotta scoop. Nope. Predator. Predator. Fits in the palm of my hand. Predator. Like, all it has to do is eat stuff that's like another animal. That's a predator. Hi. Were you taking a little nap? Did I startle you? Yeah, he's gonna eat me. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. That's a nonsense statement. Meaningless statement. We're gonna have some Jurassic Park images used. I know we have. There was like the baby T-Rex mock-up, or maquette rather. It's not really the kind of video that we usually see, so it's like there's not a list. Fuck, I'll even say misleading video title. Because this is not a simulation. This is role play. Scary, dangerous creatures, harmless. You know what? Let's cross that one off too. A baby T-Rex, an infant T-Rex, a newborn T-Rex could not kill a baby gazelle. It just couldn't. I'm sorry. This also counts as overhyping. Oh, you're okay. And you know what? I'll even say mixed up measurements. Because he mixed up 40 pounds with 40 kilograms at one point. You're gonna jump. You're a leaping lizard. There it is. Do you want to hang out there? Yeah, I guess that counts as a T-Rex comparison. And pack hunting, because there was a pack of hyenas. That counts. Don't jump into my mashed potatoes. Don't jump into my mashed potatoes. Oh. Are you good? Yeah, it's a bingo. Are you all antsy? Do you want a snack? Do you want a snack for being a good boy and coming out? I'll get you a snack. I'll get you some prey because you're a predator. How's that sound? Go on. Where's the I left it over here. Hi, Carne. Don't jump out. Don't jump out. Okay, you want this? You want this big, delicious wormy worm? There you go. There you go. Good job. Good job. You're right. I need to feed Dimitri a baby gazelle. That's what I need to do. Yeah, I can't believe we got a fucking bingo. We'll see. We'll see. Let me just get back into my designated sitting position. Yippee.
You're in between. You realize where water is, which animals run, which ones fight, how to avoid the midday heat, but everything still feels slightly wrong. The air, the food.
Dude, you would have no concept of this. You are an animal. You just... You would have no fucking concept of what feels right and wrong. That's so anthropomorphized. Which is so frustrating. And also, I'm going to count that as repeating yourself. Even though it's not AI, you're repeating yourself an awful lot about, this is wrong. It's wrong, man.
The landscape, but this is your life now. And what you don't know is that it's going to get much, much harder.
Your life now, as though this hasn't been your entire life, as far as you're aware. Like, if I kidnapped a baby from Scandinavia and just dropped it in the middle of Africa, it wouldn't be thinking like, this is wrong. Something about this ain't
Even
right.
if he knows the concept, this is literally all he knew. How would he know it feels wrong?
I have no fucking idea. It's so patently ridiculous as a concept. Like, again, even in that human situation, that little Scandinavian baby wouldn't be able to think, like, something's wrong here. Where are all the white women at? Where are all the white women at? That baby's not gonna be thinking that. It's gonna be thinking, I need a titty. Help me. Give me titty.
From here, you hit 1,000 kilograms at around 2 years old. And things start to shift in your favor, because at half a ton, you are officially larger than any land predator that currently exists. Your bite force is now somewhere around 8,000 pounds.
Well, it's a good thing that you've completely managed to avoid Nile crocodiles this entire time.
Your jaws can crush bone without thinking about it. And when you walk past a group of...
Your jaws have been crushing bone without thinking about it since, as a newborn, not even a day old, you fucking crushed the neck of a baby gazelle.
lions, they don't just avoid you. They actively leave the area. Things are shifting. The problem...
That sounded like an AI thing. It's just, they don't just run from you, they actively avoid you. It's like, fuck off.
is that your brain still thinks in Cretaceous terms. So when you see a herd of elephants drinking at a water hole, your first thought is large herbivore equals food. And you approach them with the confidence of an animal that hasn't been seriously challenged in 6 months. The matriarch spots you at about 70 meters out. And she turns to face you.
It's just, that's a large animal that must mean it's food. I mean, hell, you've been killing things that are several times your own size since you were literally less than a day old. So fuck it, right? Go kill an entire herd of elephants. Fuck it, right? That definitely wouldn't be the thing that, like, you know, a full-grown T-Rex would do.
And you keep walking because you weigh 1,000 kilograms, and you've spent the last year learning that everything runs from you. But she doesn't run. She mock charges, which is when an elephant does a short, aggressive rush to test if you're a real threat. And you hold your ground because you genuinely don't understand what's happening. So she commits.
This is so fucking frustrating to watch, dude. It's just like, it's so inconsistent. Things only matter when the writer wants them to matter. Just animals only understand things when they're implicitly able to understand them. Only sometimes. This T-Rex understands that the not meaningfully different air is wrong. It understands that this meat tastes wrong, but it doesn't understand that this animal that is aggressing on it is like trying to intimidate it when it should have understood that as a concept from, again, the literal moment it's born, when it's being fucking just chased by a pack of hyenas. It's
This is as bad as the sequel trilogy.
it's certainly bad. Like, just God.
Into a full charge.
Is that elephant AI?
4,000 kilograms of protective rage moving at 25 kilometers per hour directly towards your face. And this is the important moment that you figure out that elephants are not hadrosaurs. They don't scatter when a...
No, they probably would be closer to ceratopsians because number one, Triceratops is about roughly the same size as a modern day elephant in terms of mass. And also they got the big pointy things that stick out of their face. I don't know why he's acting like hadrosaurs are the only thing T-Rex ever hunted. Like, if we're going by all this shit, where T-Rex implicitly knows what hadrosaurs are, even though he's never seen them before in his life, then he should be thinking, oh, these are like, these aren't like hadrosaurs, these are like Triceratops. Oh.
Predator shows up, they coordinate, and they fight back. You then bolt. Survival instinct overrides your pride.
Oh, so you do know what a mock charge is, you fucking stupid bird?
Stops after 20 meters, trumpets once, and walks back to her herd. Well, that was a lesson you had to learn the hard way. What you take from this is that
the hard way? You didn't even get hurt. You just... You took a minor blow to your ego that you have as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's just roleplay. It's just roleplay. God! People must fucking love this shit. People must really genuinely, like, love this shit, like, on a conceptual level, because I do not. I really just don't. I am not jiving with this at all.
Tusks pointed forward. They're intelligent enough to work together, and they will absolutely call your bluff if you come at them wrong. You're going to need a new strategy, and that strategy is going to be target the young, target the isolated, or don't mess with the elephants. Are you going to learn? Well, we'll see. 2 weeks later, you're tracking a young Cape buffalo. It's maybe 500 kilograms. That's wandered about 200 meters from its herd near a riverbank. It's early morning, the light is still gray, and you've been following it downwind for the last 30 minutes. The buffalo stops to drink. Its head's down, and you close from 40 meters out, accelerating to maybe 30 kilometers per hour. You hit from the side, and your jaws lock onto its spine just behind the shoulders. And your bite force severs the spinal cord in one motion. The whole thing takes 10 seconds. You've just killed something that weighs half of what you would do, and it didn't even have time to call for help. Within 5 minutes, there are 15 hyenas circling at 50 meters. Within 10 minutes, there are 40 vultures overhead. In Africa, as you know, nothing stays private. So you feed, ripping through hide and muscle and swallowing chunks whole the way your jaw is designed to. You put away maybe 80 kilograms before you're full. One hyena tries to dart in for scraps while you're eating, and you lunge at it. You don't even bite, but just the movement is enough. It retreats. Nobody else tries. When you're done, you move 200 meters to a bio...
I'm gonna be real. Like, the editing here is not helping. It's not helping this whole scenario here, because, like, I feel like if the presentation was really, really good, then that could at least offset some of the more mediocre writing. But it's like, this is editing that I kind of do as, like, a bit. Like, this is not too dissimilar from how I edited, like, the PNGs of the goons that were fucking around with the PNG of an Archelon in my Park Builder series. Yeah, it's a clip show on PowerPoint slides with, like, memes interspersed throughout, which is just, like, it doesn't... I don't like it. I don't like the presentation. Not even a little bit. Yeah, we still haven't seen one single crocodile. This T-Rex is mostly hunting around water holes, but we haven't seen a single crocodile this entire time. Bad editing to the bingo. Dude, that would be like the new free space. The sludge videos are always edited so badly. Haven't seen a single Nile crocodile.
baobab tree for shade, and you collapse because digesting 80 kilograms of meat takes energy. The hyenas immediately swarm the carcass after you left. You watch them fight over what's left, but you don't care. You're full. The hierarchy of the savannah is simple now. You eat first, everyone else waits. But dominance has a cost nobody mentions, which is that every animal in a 200 square kilometer radius now knows what you are and where you hunt. Prey species start avoiding water holes when they smell your scent, even if you're not there. They'd rather risk dehydration than risk you.
Animals would rather risk dehydration than risk a T-Rex. Okay. He doesn't know that crocodiles exist. He doesn't. He straight up does not know that crocodiles exist. Okay. You know that every year, migratory ungulates will cross rivers filled with crocodiles. Filled to bursting with giant Nile crocodiles that just kill so many of these ungulates. They kill so many of them every single year, but they still do it. They still do it. Loads of wildebeest, loads of zebras, all crossing these rivers, and they are getting slaughtered by crocodiles. They still do it. Okay? Because they need to cross this river in order to, like, eat. So if they'll take their chances doing all that shit against crocodiles, I think they will take a drink and risk one of their guys getting eaten by a T-Rex. Call me crazy. Right? Yeah, why do the salmon go upriver if they know that the bears are there? Are they stupid? I mean, salmon are probably pretty stupid. Yeah, we haven't seen hippos, we haven't seen crocs. Like, the crocodile thing is such a just... It's so noticeable as, like... as something that should be there but isn't. It's so weird.
Herds post sentries that watch for your shape on the horizon.
Oh my god, the animals literally need to invent the concept of, like, a sentry, like a lookout, just because there's a T-Rex here. Never mind the fact that they already have other stuff that hunts them. Now it's totally different because it's a fucking T-Rex.
Elephants coordinate. When one herd spots you, they make low-frequency rumbles that other herds can hear from kilometers away. And suddenly, every elephant within range knows where you are. You're not just the apex predator. You're the apex problem. And
that's such a fucking AI line. That's such a fucking AI line, dude. Man, I can read that on ChatGPT right the fuck now.
The ecosystem is adapting around you. 3 days later, you smell blood from 2 kilometers away, which is normal because your nose is genuinely absurd in how good it is. And when you track it down, you find a lion pride feeding on a zebra.
Oh my god, don't tell me. No. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing. Oh, it's like I'm right there watching Valley of the T-Rex. As the smaller, smarter pack hunters have taken down a carcass, now here comes the T-Rex to bully them away from it, using its size as its sole advantage because it sucks too much shit at hunting by itself now that it's too big.
It's 6 adult lions just starting their meal. You walk directly towards them. They see you coming, and they scatter. There's no hesitation, no posturing, they're just gone, and you take the zebra. And this is when you realize you've just discovered the easiest possible way to eat, which is let other animals do the hunting, and then just walk up and take what they killed. You are one of the most terrifying things.
Apparently, it's because, again, none of these animals have figured out the whole lookout strategy for lions. This is so bad. I didn't know it was gonna be this bad, right? Like, I thought it was gonna be, like, maybe attempting to be a little bit scientific, like, present some facts or something. Just anything, right? I think the most we've gotten in terms of, like, anything even remotely scientific is that Hell Creek was humid. How much longer is this? We're already halfway there! Oh my god! Fucking hell, dude.
They have ever seen. Why not use your ugly, horrifying, terrible looks to your advantage? Lions are skilled hunters. Hyenas are efficient killers. And
Okay, I thought he was gonna say that the hyenas were scavengers. So, good on you. That's at least a fact. Good. I'll take that. I'll take that you actually mentioned that hyenas are good at killing. I would love to see a painted dog in this video, but what the fuck ever.
you can just walk up and claim their work. You prefer to think of it as a tax system, but the lions do not appreciate this arrangement.
Oh no.
The lions also cannot do anything about it.
I was gonna say, like, are the lions gonna start a fucking uprising? They're gonna start fucking unionizing? What's gonna happen here?
Just like modern taxes, the big guy in power always eats first. You try to hunt a giraffe a week later and it goes badly. The setup is perfect. You're 30 meters away in tall grass. You're totally down.
How fucking big is this T-Rex again? Cause, also that giraffe looks AI generated. I'm gonna say it's the weird lighting. The lighting makes it look like AI.
Downwind, and when you charge, the giraffe sees you at 20 meters and runs. So you chase. The giraffe then hits 50 kilometers per hour. You max out at maybe 35 for a short burst. After 100 meters, you give up because you're winded, and that oxygen thing is still a factor that
No, it's fucking not! Anyway.
doesn't really help you out here. And the giraffe is already 300 meters away. So that's a limit that you didn't know you had. Speed. In Hell Creek, you ambush from 10 meters in dense forest. Here, prey can spot you from 500 meters and just leave. So you need to adjust your expectations.
I like that the T-Rex at no point is just like, clearly the Serengeti is not working out for me. I should, like, move to a more forested area where I'm actually able to, like, you know, because clearly the T-Rex is highly intelligent, right? It's highly intelligent. It recognizes, like, it can determine a lot of this shit. It should be like, you know what? This Serengeti is wrong. So I'm going to move to a more forested area. Go hunt some, like, African forest elephants or something, or some okapis. Yeah, it's smart enough to tax lions, not smart enough to go live by a forest.
But then a white rhino bull at a waterhole gives you a different kind of problem, which is that it weighs 2,500 kilograms with a forward-facing horn, and when it smells you, it charges reflexively because rhinos have terrible eyesight.
No, they don't! Rhinos have just fine eyesight. God fucking damn it. They've done tests on this. They've done studies on this. Rhinos have fine eyesight. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Who do we have to blame for this one? Is this another Tirzu? Do we have to blame Tirzu for this one too? I swear to fucking God.
And honestly, worse judgment. You sidestep it because you're more agile than it expects.
He's simply parry the rhinoceros.
And as it passes, you bite down hard on its hindquarters. Yes, you bite its butt. The bite crushes the bone, severs muscle, and cuts through the femoral artery. The rhino goes down in 30 seconds from blood loss and shock. But here's what's happened during those 30 seconds. The rhino spun while falling. Its horn grazed your left thigh.
Youch.
Opening a shallow cut, maybe 6 inches long. It's not
Youch.
deep, it's barely bleeding, and you don't even think about it at first. Then the flies arrive. Within an hour,
The flies arrive as he shows flamingos. Those are not flies. Those are flamingo. That is just the fucking anime image of, like, the guy looking at the butterfly going like, is this a pigeon? That... Huh? Also, you got gored by a leopard earlier, and I guess you just didn't have to deal with flies back then? Do they fly? They fly now.
There are dozens swarming the wound, and they stay. For the next week, every time you try to ambush prey, the cloud of flies gives you away before you get within 50 meters.
Are you fucking kidding me? He's like fucking Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy. He just has like a fucking cloud of flies around him at all times. He has an aura of stank that prevents him from hunting. Oh my god. And again, apparently flies just didn't exist in the Cretaceous. This never would have been a problem if you got like scratched by a Triceratops horn. Lions don't have to deal with this problem, apparently. Fuck it. I'm losing my shit. I'm losing my fucking mind. This is insane. Uh-oh, stinky. Poop. Hey, you, somebody open a window in here. This is utter fucking nonsense. This is nonsense. I'm so sorry, but this is absolute nonsense.
Animals can see the swarm from hundreds of meters out, and they bolt before you're in range, and your success rate drops to almost nothing. You try covering the wound with mud, which works for maybe an hour before the flies find it again. You try hunting at night when the flies are less active, but nocturnal prey is skittish and you're still learning how to navigate in low light. By day 6, you're starving, having burned through your fat reserves chasing animals you can't catch because they smell the wound or see the flies, or both.
Haven't you been doing the scavenging thing? Did you just like stop that because it's not honorable or whatever?
On day 7, you get lucky. You find a water buffalo stuck in mud near a drying water hole,
Wow.
exhausted from trying to pull itself free. It can't run. You can barely walk, and both of you are in bad shape, but you're the one with the teeth, so you win. The meal buys you another week while the wound finally closes and the flies lose interest. And that's when something clicks. Survival here isn't just about being strong. It's about not having weaknesses that environment can exploit.
Huh? It's not about being strong. It's about not being weak. Huh? I don't understand. I really don't. What are you saying? This is a nonsense script. Like, bro. I could see why you had to go to YouTube instead of just like staying on a fucking RP forum or something, cause yeesh. 100%. Like, oh God. I hate accusing people of this without knowing it. But god damn it, dude. This really feels like an AI script. Or at least like AI enhanced, right? I feel like he took a first draft of a script and then like plugged it into AI. And then like added some kind of jokes in there with like the stinky fat pigs and the vine booms and shit. Like all that sort of thing. Just in post. Personally speaking, oh my god, it's been 2 hours. This is the only video we've watched. I hate this so much.
And everything here is looking for exploits. The problem is that you're weak. You're slow, and hunting in this condition is almost impossible. But starvation is not optional. So you wait. For 2 days, you stay near a waterhole, watching animals come and go, looking for anything vulnerable. And then you see it. A giraffe, maybe 900 kilograms, limping badly on its front left leg.
Man, how lucky. You found the fucking water buff, or the Cape Buffalo that was like afflicted by the slowness status condition. And now a giraffe that is suffering from its bleed debuff.
Probably got kicked by another giraffe or stepped wrong, but it's struggling and it's alone. And when it lowers its head to drink, spreading its front legs wide in that awkward giraffe crouch, you move. You're 40 meters away when you start, and you're slow, maybe 15 kilometers per hour at most right now. But the giraffe is hurt and it can't accelerate fast, so you close the distance with your jaws clamping onto its neck from the side.
Rawr.
Weight plus the bite force brings it down. The giraffe tries to kick, but the angle is wrong, and your jaws are already crushing through vertebrae.
Hooray.
It's over in 30 seconds. You've secured maybe 400 kilograms of meat from an animal that couldn't run. It wasn't proud. It wasn't strategic. It was just a desperate move.
It wasn't strategic as you go for it while it's drinking. Like, what do you mean it wasn't proud? T-Rex doesn't care. He's hungry. Damn, bro. I didn't harvest and mash these potatoes myself. I don't care. I'm hungry.
And you got lucky. You feed heavily over the next week and then rest. Within 10 days, you've regained most of the lost weight. You've survived another close call, and you're starting to notice a pattern where the threats that nearly kill you aren't the ones that you can bite back at. They're the ones you can't even see coming. 18 months pass.
Wait, the ones you can't even see coming, like a rhino charging at you? I mean, granted, I didn't see coming that the issue that arose from that would be like, you know, I thought it would be some kind of infection or something like that, but no, it's the aura of stank debuff. That's what I should have seen coming. So, really, I don't blame the T-Rex for not being able to see that coming.
You hunt, you steal kills, you figure out the seasonal patterns of prey migration.
That's an
You
Allosaurus.
survive a dry season by staying near permanent water where buffalo and elephants congregate. You
Also
survive a wet
crocodiles.
season by following
And
wilderness
hippos.
herds north. You grow. By the time that you're 4 years old, you weigh 7,500 kilograms. That's roughly 8.3 tons. You're 12 meters long, 4 meters tall at the hip, and you are the largest predator in Africa by a factor of 50.
Okay. The biggest, I don't care. Biggest ever, whatever. Not a false accusation to say this is AI. I don't know, man. I'm hesitant about that sort of thing. I never like jumping to conclusions unless I can like definitively prove it. Like with the Forrest Galante thing, it couldn't have been more obvious that the script was AI, and also he was using AI images like for fucking everything. Yeah, 8 tons in 4 years. That seems like way too fast of a growth rate. Like, I don't doubt that T-Rex would have had to have grown relatively quickly, but fucking hell, dude, that seems way too fast. That seems way too damn fast. Like, that's basically fully adult size within the span of, like, 4 years. That seems absurd to me.
Lions avoid you, hyenas wait for you, and elephants now alter their routes when they know you're in an area. You have changed the behavior of thousands of animals simply by just existing. Nothing hunts you. You hunt everything. You've reached the top. But there are no others. There are no other tyrannosaurs, no pack, no mate. You are the only,
Yeah, you kind of just, like, spawned into existence, which is really weird. How did that happen?
only one of your kind in 66 million years to walk under this sun. And something about that is exhausting in a way that has nothing to do with food or
The T-Rex is having a fucking existential crisis. Either that, or he's really horny.
territory. You've won a game nobody else is playing, and now you get to just keep playing it alone. And what
Aren't juvenile tyrannosaurs a missing piece? Yes, but as far as I'm aware, we can kind of tell how old some of the biggest tyrannosaurs were when they died. Let me see. I'm checking Wikipedia. I don't care. Is there like an age? Not damn age. Age. Close examination of the bones revealed that Sue was 27 to 33 years old at the time of death, making it the oldest known T-Rex specimen currently published. So he was saying that this T-Rex is like 12 meters long. Yeah, okay. So a 33-year-old T-Rex is apparently the same size as a 4-year-old one. That is absurd. That is insane. That is insanity. Do we have... No, because that's the Nanotyrannus. What would be like... specimens of Tyrannosaurus. Let's try this. Are there any other ones that have like... any other ones with Wikipedia pages? Nah, Stan's too big. I want like a sort of mid-sized one. Nope, also largest. Uh, hmm. Well, this one's still being prepared, apparently. Okay, unearth the remains of what is believed to be a 4-year-old Tyrannosaurus Rex. Okay, so the femur would be about 25 inches on that one. Okay, so if that's the case, do we have like a size estimate of Sue's femur? Nope. Okay. We'll see if we can math this out, right? Sue T-Rex femur length. Okay, so I don't think this is correct because it's citing what I'm pretty sure is the Goliath specimen. So how big was Sue? Okay. 137 centimeter femur length. So that is okay, about 53 inches. So we can, like, just by femur length alone, we can assume that a 4-year-old T-Rex would be about half the size of Sue. So probably more like 6 meters. Which, still a big animal. Still a pretty big animal. But that is a full-size T-Rex that he's saying is 4 years old. Hi, Gru.
What you don't realize is that being alone is about to be your downfall. It's been 6 months of absolute dominance, and the ecosystem starts adjusting to you, which is not
You
great
already
news
said
because
that.
adaptation is a two-way street, and you're the only one on your side. Elephant herds have now started traveling at night more often, which cuts into your hunting window because even with good vision, you still need some light to hunt effectively. Lions shift their patterns too, taking kills in areas that you don't go to, and when you do show up, they've already eaten most of the good parts. Buffalo.
I like how we couldn't come up with an excuse for the lions. It's like they just go where you don't go, and then when you do go there, they're already done. Huh? The lions need to have like precognition in order to outwit the T-Rex. Apparently, the T-Rex struggles when it is convenient for the narrative for the T-Rex to struggle. And the T-Rex utterly dominates and gets lucky breaks and the second wins whenever it's also convenient for the story. Whatever gets this to be like 30 fucking minutes long.
Herds post their sentries, and they rotate their watches for threats while the others graze.
Those are
they
bison.
flee at distances that make chasing them pointless. What worked 6 months ago, the waterhole ambush strategy, now fails 70% of the time because animals approach water more carefully. They send...
We already went through this. We already did the thing where it's just like, oh man, the waterhole thing isn't working anymore. Like, fuck, dude, this is so repetitive.
Scouts first. They've adapted, and you're forced to...
They adapted the last time you said this. Fuck me, dude.
Travel farther for each kill, which means burning more energy, which means needing more food, and the math is getting tighter. Then there's the tick problem. You've accumulated maybe 60 ticks on your body, clustering around your ears and the soft areas under your arms and near your cloaca, and they itch constantly.
They're also only in perfectly square formations.
Ticks bite reptiles just fine, turns out, and you can't reach most of them to scratch. But an oxpecker bird lands on your back one morning while you're resting. It's testing if you're safe, and it starts eating the ticks. You freeze. What is going on? Everything should be scared of you. But within a week, you have 5 oxpecker birds that follow you and clean you regularly. Turns out that you've entered a symbiotic relationship.
I like how the T-Rex is confused by the fact that this bird is not immediately horrified of it when it's just too small for you to bother eating. Also, yeah, my understanding is that oxpeckers aren't necessarily as mutualistic as was once believed, and they're actually more parasitic than anything. So yeah, I'm sure they would eat ticks if given the chance, but like they're probably just more interested in your skin.
Relationship with birds from 2026. So maybe you're not alone after all. But 4 male lions who've been recently kicked.
There's not even any mention of how these oxpeckers are actually dinosaurs. Yeah, they drink blood, I'm pretty sure. They like blood. Blood. Like, fuck, dude. That would be almost kind of poetic if, like, you actually focused on that. Where, like, the one companion that this T-Rex gets in the modern day is just another dinosaur. Like, that'd be something, right? If you actually were writing something. But, no, it's just, they're birds.
From their pride and are starving, start trailing you in early dry season. They're desperate and they've figured something out, which is that you make kills they can't. And if they wait until you're done feeding and walk away to rest, they can rush in and grab what's left before you notice.
Okay, so before, the T-Rex was felching off the kills of the lions, and now when the T-Rex is not killing anything, the lions are just like, it's time for us to scavenge off of the T-Rex. The tables have turned. But there's like no acknowledgement that this happened before at all, in the complete opposite. Like, this is what makes this feel so much like AI. Because AI will do this shit constantly where it just forgets things that have already happened, and that's why, like, part of why it repeats itself so often, because like it's working on a limited set of data, and when you continue, like, you know, writing having it generate a story with that limited data, then like it can only end up repeating itself after a certain point. So, and it doesn't remember that it's already repeating itself. So it's very prone to doing that. So it's awful. And it really fucking feels that way. Like, it's just the script, I want to say. Like, I don't think the thumbnails are AI. I don't think that, like, there might be a couple of images that were AI generated, like a couple of PNGs, but that's about it. And even then, I could totally buy that, like, because Google image search is just so fucking awful, and that's probably where he's getting most of these images, that he accidentally, like, grabbed a couple of AI ones without even realizing it. Yeah, digital dementia. Digital hallucinations! I don't think the voice is AI either. This just seems like a guy. But I'm, like, the more this goes on for, the more I'm convinced that this script is 100% AI. Or at least, like, AI embellished. AI with a little bit of human thrown in there just to throw you off.
Over a month, they steal from you 3 times. You're being robbed by animals that weigh 1/50th of what you do. It's not a threat, but it is annoying. Then the wildebeest migration starts, which is 1.5
The T-Rex is a concept of annoyance.
million animals moving north. And at first, this looks like the best hunting you've ever seen. It's easy prey everywhere, stragglers are falling behind, and juveniles are wandering from their mothers. But
yeah, that's one of those migration events where crocodiles just absolutely trash migrating ungulates.
there's a problem. You're not the only predator who noticed. Every lion pride in the region converges on the migration. Hyena clans double in size.
That's a striped hyena. As far as I'm aware, striped hyenas are solitary, and they live in, like, northern Africa, I'm pretty sure, like up around the Sahara Desert. So you really should have used the spotted hyena clip, especially that's not an aardwolf, is it? Because aardwolves are insectivores. I'm pretty sure that's a striped hyena, though. If it's an aardwolf, though, that's worse.
Cheetahs appear from nowhere, and you're so big and so visible that when you approach a kill site, every other predator scatters, but the prey also sees you coming from a kilometer away.
Also, yeah, we're still not mentioning Nile crocodiles, which, like, during this migration event, which I feel like is so famous in particular for its crocodile interactions, is so fucking weird.
In the chaos of the migration, you'd think you could sneak up, but there's no cover and your size makes stealth impossible. You catch prey, but not at the rate that you expected. It's maybe 1 kill every 4 days instead of every 2. You gain some weight, maybe 300 kilograms, but it's not the feast that you needed. And then, after 6 weeks, the herds leave your territory, moving into woodlands that you don't follow them into because dense forest means that you can't see threats coming and your size is a liability.
This is such garbage. You mean to fucking tell me that this T-Rex, who in his internal monologue has been bitching and moaning about not having enough fucking tree cover in order to successfully ambush his prey, is not moving into a woodland area fucking filled with prey because there are threats to a 12-meter long, 8-ton giant? And apparently, it turns out that all of these trees, all of this woodland would actually inhibit your movement. So apparently, T-Rex is good for fucking nothing. It can't hunt out in the open. It can't hunt in woodlands. It can't do anything. What's the point? I simulated a T-Rex in modern Africa. Chaos followed. No, it didn't. Chaos did not follow this animal. The only thing chaotic is this goddamn script.
In tight spaces. Suddenly, prey density drops by 80%, and you're back to hunting resident species, and the occasional giraffe, and your success rate falls to 30%. You're burning more calories hunting than you are gaining from kills. And this is when you make the tactical error. You're desperate, you're starving, and you try to take a juvenile elephant from a herd in broad daylight. And the matriarch sees you coming from 80 meters out. She doesn't bluff this time. She's done with your shit. She hits you at full speed while you're focused on the calf. That's 5,000 kilograms moving at 25 kilometers per hour. And she catches your left leg. And
not the leg.
Hear the crack. It's not a full break, but it's a fracture in your left femur.
Okay, so it's dead. This time it's actually dead. 100%. Like, it tries to kill an elephant one time, something that's actually within like the size range of an animal that a fully grown T-Rex should be hunting. It tries this literally one fucking time, and it's dead. It's dead now. 100% dead.
And you lash out and bite her shoulder, ripping muscle, and she backs off trumpeting, but the damage is done. Your left leg now supports 20.
Also, your bite that when you were an infant instantly snapped the neck of a baby gazelle and crushed the spinal cord of a fucking Cape buffalo. The elephant just shrugged it off, I guess.
50% less weight in every step hurts. Your top speed drops from 35 kilometers per hour to maybe 20. You can't chase anymore. You can barely ambush. For most predators, this is a death sentence, and you don't know if you're gonna pull through.
Yeah, this would be a death sentence, especially because, like, you're already just gassing up how much the T-Rex is struggling hunting when it's at, like, its full capacity, basically. When this T-Rex is in tip-top fucking shape, it apparently can barely hunt a goddamn thing. But it's gonna get a second wind. It's gonna find something. Hell, maybe it finds a fucking elephant graveyard where the elephants just, like, come and die, and then it scavenges off their carcasses, and then it just lives out the rest of its life there.
You try to adapt. Late one night, you wade into river shallows where a pod of hippos is resting.
Oh my
maybe
God.
You can grab a calf from the edges.
We finally have hippos being mentioned. Jesus Christ.
retreat before the adults react, but you're wrong. 3 adult hippos converge
Wrong.
on you within seconds, 2 from the front and 1 from behind. 1 clamps onto your tail, another goes for your already injured left leg, and the third charges directly at your chest.
He's being
You release
mobbed to
whatever
death.
you were trying to grab and thrash backward, snapping at the hippo on your tail. Your jaws connect and it lets go, but the one on your leg has torn muscle and left deep puncture wounds that bleed heavily.
Cool, so he's dead.
You retreat to shore, stumbling. The hippos don't pursue past the waterline. They've made their point. Now you have a wounded tail, a worse injury to your already broken leg, and multiple bite wounds. Nothing is infected, nothing is fatal, but you are accumulating damage faster than you can heal it. You're falling apart in pieces.
Miraculously, he's not infected, and nor does he have the aura of stank flies all around him this time. I guess they only tried that once.
A week later, you find a dead zebra. It was probably diseased, and it's been sitting for 2 days, so the meat is starting to turn. But you chase off the hyenas and eat everything that's left. It's maybe 30 kilograms, including the maggots. There is no pride in this. Over the next month, you try to
Stop mentioning the fucking pride thing. Like, dude, you were talking about how fucking easy it is to just, like, snatch away kills from lions earlier. And it's just like, oh man, what a great strategy. And now it's just like, there's no pride in this. Not from killing, taking this kill from these hyenas. Taking what's left, including the maggots. Like, dude, you're eating the bones. There's chunky marrow in there. Marrow.
stabilize, but the math doesn't work anymore. You need maybe 100 kilograms of meat per week to maintain your weight, but you're only catching prey once every 2 weeks, and when you do, it's small. It's warthogs again from when you were a child, or juvenile antelope that
He's still chasing down warthogs that can outrun lions. Fuck!
give you 20 to 30 kilograms at most. You're losing weight at
This is an 8-ton animal that is hunting warthogs. Like, dude. What do you think warthogs are? What do you think they are? I'm convinced you don't know.
40 kilograms per week. At 4,500 kilograms, you can afford to lose maybe 1,000 before vital systems start shutting down. So that gives you 6 months, and you've made it 4 so far. The wildebeest migration returns in month 3, and you follow them north because you have to, limping along behind herds that can travel 40 kilometers per day while you can barely manage 15. You fall behind, the herds get farther ahead, and you keep walking anyway because stopping means dying faster. On day 112, after the leg injury, you're near a river crossing where wildebeests are funneling through a narrow channel. There are hundreds of them churning up the water, and you see your chance. A juvenile wildebeest at the back of the
Watch him
herd.
get
It's
mobbed
maybe
by crocodiles
150
now.
Kilograms. It's struggling in the current, so you wade in. The water is deeper than you expected. It's past your chest, and the current is strong. You lunge for the wildebeest, and your jaws close on its hind.
He is the crocodile! The fucking Papo-Rex, because of course it is, because no one can ever avoid this fucking thing. It's everywhere. The Papo-Rex is the crocodile! He has evolved to fill a niche that already fucking is filled. Ah!
Quarters, but your broken leg can't find purchase in the mud below, and the current pulls. You try to compensate with your right leg, but it's not enough, and the wildebeest's thrashing pulls you off your balance.
The thrashing of the... Okay. Okay. Can we get like a size comparison with a human here? Okay, you know, the wildebeest. Wildebeest, right? You know, about the size of like how tall a guy is, about man height. Let's see. The thrashing of the wildebeest is throwing you off balance, huh? 12 meters long, 8 tons. Like, dude, you should be able to lift this thing off the ground effortlessly. You should be able to lift this polar bear off the ground effortlessly. This is not a problem for you. Okay? This is not a problem. Like, there's just no way. Like how are the measurements always so fucked up? It's just do we have? Yeah, we have mixed up measurements already. Fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, the fucking this wildebeest is made of fucking tungsten. But for some reason, this is seeming like, I don't know, maybe a...
This is just a more verbose version of the Top Man 2.0 video where every African megafauna would push T-Rex's shit in. Mammals are so awesome, bro.
Man, mammals fucking rule. They're way better than these dumb, stinky lizards.
You go under. You've crossed rivers before. You can swim. But you're weak and the leg won't kick right, and when you try to surface, your head breaks water for only a second before the current pulls you back down. Crash. Your lungs are burning.
What the fuck? Is this like the concept art? It is, right? It's not like there's literally the exact same image that was just on screen a couple seconds ago, but run through an AI filter. Because, like, I'm pretty sure that's the concept art. Maybe. I'm pretty sure.
Crash. Your lungs are burning. The wildebeest is gone, and you're just trying to reach air. But the current is...
I'm glad that wildebeest apparently survived the bite of a full-grown T-Rex.
Pushing you downstream, and your legs are turning mud and water and nothing solid. You surface once more, maybe 50 meters downstream, and you see the bank. It's 10 meters away. You try to swim towards it, but you're so tired. And the current is faster here where the river narrows. And your left leg is useless weight, and your right leg isn't enough. And you go under again, but this time, you don't come back up. The ecosystem was patient with you for 4 years. It let you try.
Is he dead?
Scavenge and steal and adapt and survive in a lost world that was
The
never
T-Rex died to a wildebeest! He died to a fucking wildebeest kill. He's dead. Man, T-Rex fucking sucks. Oh my god, that is the worst. He's fucking dead. He tried to kill something that a full-grown T-Rex could kill one time and got blown the fuck out so hard that he drowned trying to kill a wildebeest. Jack Horner would be so fucking proud. My god, he couldn't have come up with this himself. You know what? You're right. You're right. He, at the end of the day, he died because he didn't have enough oxygen. What can you do? The T-Rex was weak and easily extinctable.
But patient is not the same as welcoming. The Serengeti has a niche for lions and hyenas and elephants and crocodiles. But
and crocodiles? Like the ones that weren't mentioned once in this entire fucking video?
Had no niche for a Cretaceous apex predator running on thin air in a body too heavy for legs that never were able to heal right. Your body washes up 3 kilometers downstream 2 days later. Crocodiles eat most of it within a week. Hyenas crack the bones, vultures strip what's left, and within a month, there's nothing but fragments buried in silt. The ecosystem moves on, because it was always going to move on. You were 66 million years late, and every single day you survived, the world was making an exception it didn't have to make. And on day 112 of those 6 months that you needed to last, it stopped making exceptions. If you enjoyed watching this video,
it stopped making exceptions because the video had gone on for long enough and I had got enough ad revenue. Dear God. Also, there's like and subscribe. Cool. That's another bingo. Fuck me. Yeah, he had plot armor for so much of the video, and then at the end, he just died of plot poison. When he should have been basically unstoppable, he just kept making up excuses for like, no, nuh-uh. And again, chaos ensued, and it was mostly just animals kind of avoided him. Animals avoided him, and then he died in a really stupid way. What are the comments saying? You last 4 years. The humble poacher within the first 3 months. You walk up to the water hole like a dumbass and immediately get grabbed by a croc. Ends video. Wow. These comments are fucking smart. Ooh, this one's fucking brutal. Advertised potentially complex population simulation with ecological models. Looks inside. Roleplay narration. Genuine applause. Not sarcastic Jack Horner applause. Genuine applause. You fucking nailed it on the head. I mean, you're trying to be polite about it. Like, I'm not trying to imply the video is bad. I am. Or AI. I am. Or not worth watching. I am. It's just simply the title implies a simulation. Let's see. A plethora of issues with this video. Yeah. Yeah. You could say that. Oh no, it's Jack Horner. No, Steel Kills? No. Fuck off. I hate you now, actually. Am I the dinosaur? Are we all the dinosaurs? Aren't we all truly? Yeah, not a simulation. Feels more like a narrative roleplay. No, the air. Oh god. David Cap, I'm gonna beat you to death with my bare fucking hands. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna actually do it in real ass life. Dear God. That was one of the most agonizing things we've ever watched. Dude, they're not sims. They're not simulations. It's roleplay. It's roleplay. That's all it is. It's just roleplay. Yeah, that was so long. We spent so fucking long on this. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry this took so fucking long. Let me grab the video that Rosie is talking about in chat right now. That was one video. That was one fucking video. It's so long. It was so fucking long. Let's see. Where is this at? Terrifying animals are glad are extinct by top 10. Terrifying creatures that came from space. I'm not seeing this one. I'm looking in the Sludge chat right now. I see top 10 most terrifying prehistoric creatures who have ever existed by Mystery Uncover. Top 10 terrifying prehistoric sea monsters. Okay, just reposted it. There it is. We got another Megalodon eating a ship thumbnail. This was just crap. Let's never do this again. Well, that was at least kind of groovy. You know, that put me back in a good mood after that shit. And this is only 5 minutes long. So we're not going to be here for like 2 hours, right? Right?
Creatures are going terminated each day, and keeping in mind that has been a disaster, it has been an unavoidable truth for many years. In reality, there are a few creatures that we probably won't have endure had the species made do. Here are 10.
What? What? Oh boy! It's the stream donation text to speech. What the fuck did you just call me? Can we get that again?
each day, and keeping in mind that has been a disaster, it has been an unavoidable truth for many
Keeping in mind that has been a disaster, it is unavoidable truth.
years. In reality, there are a few creatures that we probably won't have endure had the species made do.
That we haven't or have the species made do?
Here are 10 terrifying creatures you're happy are wiped out. Also, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make the richest part of your life by subscribing to our channel. 10 terrifying animals you're glad are extinct. 10. Caprisuchus.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. Uh-huh. I got like a headache now. This fucking text-to-speech narration is borderline incomprehensible.
In the event that a T-Rex and a crocodile had an
T-Rex comparison.
infant, that is what the Caprisuchus resembles. It would seem that a crocodile, but it has
I mean, like, its name means boar crocodile, so really it would be like if a crocodile and a boar had an infant, but like, everything's got to be compared to T-Rex, that's why it's on the goddamn bingo board.
long legs and it can run. There is an assurance that you wouldn't have the option to surpass
That's outdated information. It's now believed that Caprisuchus is a semi-aquatic animal. How long is this? 5 years ago? This is 400. How do you find these? How do people find these fucking things?
this person. Its name signifies boar croc, and it has been nicknamed
Its name signifies boar. It means that. Also, we can cross off meaningless statement from whatever that fucking word salad was at the beginning.
disc, not to be mistaken for man, bear, pig. This creature lives
What? 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 Say that again. Please say that again. Please say that again.
can run. There is an assurance that you wouldn't have the option to surpass this person. Its name signifies boar croc, and it has been nicknamed disc, not to be mistaken for man, bear, pig. This creature
Not to be mistaken for man, bear, pig. Oh man. I can't.
Toxic Drift donated $1. Not to be mistaken by MANBEARPIG.
Oh my god. That's fucking incredible. That's incredible.
I smell burnt toast.
I smell some fresh fucking sludge, baby. Oh man, this is good shit. I'm fucking crying right now, dude.
Creature lived during the late Cretaceous, so it went wiped out when the mass eradication occurred around 66 million years back. 9.
No, it didn't. There's Megalodon. No, it didn't. Caprisuchus, I want to say it went extinct before the mass extinction, but what the fuck ever, man. That is the least of this video's problems. Yeah, it went wiped out before then. It got on a big surfboard, and then it went wiped out. Tragedy.
Megalodon. In the event that you think the gigantic sharks in the Sharknado establishment are strange, at that
The Sharknado establishment! What are you saying? The Sharknado establishment. Hello, welcome to the Sharknado establishment. Can I get your order? I'd like 1 Megalodon, please. Oh my lord. This is incredible. This is one of the best videos we've ever fucking watched.
Point, hold up until you meet the megalodon. Toxic Drift donated $1. It went whipped out.
It went and whipped out its whole Caprasuchus just right. Well, hello. Oh my fucking god. Okay, please continue.
NATO establishment are strange. At that point, hold up until you meet the megalodon. This massive creature developed to around 50 feet in length, and one tooth was the size of a human. This terrifying.
One tooth was the size of a human? I'm pretty sure you meant human hand. But like we've already got size speed overestimate because the Caprasuchus could apparently just run you down even though it was a semi-aquatic animal. We got it. We got it again. It's not quite the 30-meter long teeth, but god damn it all, 6-foot long teeth. Welcome back. Yeah, you know what? That is mixed up measurements. I'll count that. Yeah, I'll count that. Absolutely. Oh my fucking god. This is incredible. This is one of the best videos I've ever fucking seen.
Creature lived for 14 million years, feasting on meat until it went terminated around over 2 million years prior. Given that it makes an incredible white shark look tiny. We're unquestionably happy to not have these folks around any longer in light of the fact that the sea would be untouchable. 8. Andrewsarchus.
Jesus fucking Christ. The sea would be untouchable. You go and like, you know, go and stick your toes in the sand on a nice day at the beach, and then Megalodon just comes out like blump. Blump. Also, I don't know what the fuck the subtitles were doing there randomly on the screen for no fucking reason. This is just It's so like this. The last fucking video was just like, oh man, chaos ensued when I did that. Chaos has ensued when we just watched this goddamn video. Like we're a minute and a half in and there's so much fucking chaos.
No, this isn't a dinosaur rendition of your companion Andrew. Truth be
there's nothing for this. There's nothing for this on the bingo board. Breaking news. Sometimes prehistoric species are named after people. Crazy, I know.
Told is anything but a dinosaur or reptile by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, actually, due to cladistics, because you can't evolve out of a clade, it could be considered a reptile, but splitting hairs at this point.
It's a well-evolved creature. It lived during the Center Eocene age and lived in a territory that we currently consider to be internal, Mongolia, China.
Sure.
According to specialists, the Andrewsarchus is a mammalian likeness of Velociraptor, implying
you can't predict it. You can't predict what it's gonna say. A mammalian likeness of Velociraptor. Now, this isn't a dinosaur or a reptile in any considerable way, but it is a mammalian likeness of a Velociraptor. This animal that was roughly the size of a polar bear was the likeness of an animal the size of a turkey. I'm counting that. That's absurd. You're an absurd person. You're absurd.
that it ate essentially everything, particularly meat. They are startling looking and would eat you instantly. Ironically, it is accepted that their relatives are apparitions and sheep, which we eat.
Their relatives are apparitions? Their relatives are ghosts? What were you trying to say? What were you trying to say? Ghosts. A ghoul. Ghost. Spooky. Oh my god, did it mean goats? It meant goats, but it got that mixed up with ghosts, and so it translated that to apparitions. Oh, this is fucking beautiful. This is the greatest fucking sludge video we've ever seen in our whole lives. Oh, maybe it meant antelopes. Maybe. I like the goats theory better. It's a spooky goats. Please continue.
And gather. 7. Pulmonoscorpius.
Big
On
scorpion.
the off chance that you don't care for scorpions, then you'll be extremely happy that these folks are wiped out. The pulmon of Scorpius resembled your ordinary scorpion with paws on the front and a monstrous
Paws?
stinger on its tail, but for this animal, it was more than 70 centimeters in length. It lived during
Sure.
the Viscyan age of the Carboniferous, and if fossils were found in Scotland out of every other place on Earth, 6. Mega piranha.
What do you mean out of every other place on Earth? What does that mean? Like, yeah, that's just where they lived. Lots of animals only live in one place on Earth. Like, we're kind of weird in that aspect, but whatever.
Normal piranhas raised a touch of ruckus, and you unquestionably would prefer not to be
They raised a touch of ruckus. You could say that, I guess. Also, that's not Mega Piranha. That's an unrelated animal used as B-roll. Because as we all know, Mega Piranha is a jaw. It is like one lower jaw. And that's it. This is not that.
in the water with them, but imagine a scenario where we revealed to you that there existed something much more awful. Enter Super Piranha. These folks were any
It's not Super Piranha, it's Mega Piranha. I'm counting that. That's a butcher pronunciation. It's not Super Piranha. It's Mega Piranha. That's just what it's called. That's its name. And yeah, list order doesn't matter. We have like a big, like a decently sized crocodile, a giant shark, and then big scorpion, slightly larger piranha.
place between 71 to 128 centimeters in length and live during the late Miocene period
Jesus.
in Argentina. Because of fossils, researchers had the option to make sense of the two examples of this fish, but the
my
remainder
God.
of the body is obscure as of now. 5. Camarasaurus.
Okay.
Camarasaurus appears
At the very least, there is a serious variety in clades here. We're not getting a blackout, which I wouldn't expect from a 5-minute video, but I wouldn't have expected a lot of stuff from this 5-minute video. This one's a fucking doozy.
as though something from the momentous conflict with adult Cap, notwithstanding.
Come again? What did you fucking call me?
Camarasaurus appears as though something from the momentous conflict with adult Cap,
Oh, adult cap, like a dunce cap. Oh my god. Also, yeah, I'm gonna say this is a misleading video title because I'm not glad that Mega Piranha is extinct. I don't particularly care. Adult cap, like a dunce cap, but like a conflict with it. Like, if I were to try and translate that into actual fucking English, I would say that like Camarasaurus looks like a squid got into a fight with a dunce hat. That would be my translation, if that's what I was trying to do. Like that's God. And if I was like an anime translator, then I would stick some jokes about Among Us and shit in there.
Notwithstanding, this kraken-like an animal was around 9 to 12
Like an
meters in
animal.
length, and it lived during the Ordovician time frame, so it existed about 470 million years prior with something that enormous. It's an assurance that the animal's arms were nothing to play with. 4. Helicoprion.
Here we go.
What's
again.
more startling than a shark? Gracious, simply the shark with a round observed in its lower jaw. Seriously, have you
Gracious, simply the shark with a round observed in its lower jaw? Also, we got the black hole. We got the black hole of teeth here. This seems to be like an actual illustrated diagram. So apparently this must be a common misconception that this is the way the tooth world works. I have my doubts. Call me crazy.
gotten a decent glance at this thing? Tequila Top Ryan lived about 290 million years.
Tequila Top Ryan? I thought that was the name of some fucking... I thought you just randomly brought up some fucking weird celebrity with a crazy name or something. Tequila Top Ryan. Oh my lord. Please keep going.
back and even endure a mass termination occasion it, in the long run, went wiped out about 240 million years prior alongside a sign in its mouth. It is accepted that it was 9 to 13 feet in length. Imagine if the helical prying lived today, we would have an average measure of fish life wiped out on account of this person.
On account of this all fish would be dead. If this fish that existed alongside other fish were still alive today. And yeah, it's got a sign in its mouth. Sorry, if this person were still alive today. That's my bad. Helicoprions are people.
3. Gigantopithecus.
Definitely not glad this is extinct at all. At all. I want him to be alive.
Gigantopithecus went wiped out about 100,000 years back, and it is the biggest ape that has ever lived. If this creature hadn't become wiped out,
Biggest ever. Easy.
he would be viewed as Bigfoot. He was accepted to be around 10 feet tall and weighed about 1,100 pounds and lived in the tropical backwoods of China for around 9 million years. Researchers accept that this eradication of Gigantopithecus is an ideal case of why greater isn't better. 2. Titanoboa.
But you're saying that this would be like all these really great, awesome animals would be wiping us all out if they were still alive today. But greater isn't always better, as is the case with Gigantopithecus.
Indiana Jones wasn't a fanatic of snakes, as it's a decent possibility that he would have despised the Titanoboa. This wiped out the snake was huge to the point
This wiped out the snake. All of it. It went whipped out.
that it devoured crocodiles. It was around 40 feet in length and it lived around 60 million years prior in the warm water of the tropics. Did we notice that they weighed about 2,500 pounds and they
Did you notice it? I don't know. I don't know what you notice. You notice a lot of things that I never would have fucking imagined anyone talking about ever.
executed their prey with tightening? Better believe it. We're happy they're wiped out.
Believe it. Habib it. Now, see, now we're talking about anime translations. Believe it.
1. Terror bird.
Yes! Yes! That's a bingo, baby. We're disturbingly close to a swastika here. We are disturbingly close to one. Damn, we got like 3 more crossed off here. We'd be golden. I mean, except for meaningless AI statement. That would ruin it a bit.
Terror birds were only that terrifying back in the ancient days.
Were only
beginning
that.
and the end was greater. They went after creatures that were littler than them, like ponies. The dread-winged creatures were around 9 feet tall and weighed
my
about
God.
330 pounds. These flightless meat-eating fowls that had feet like
Fowls.
a T-Rex could break bones with a single step. They lived in South America for around 60 million years before going extinct around
Oh, we got the fucking 60 million years surviving terror birds again.
over 2 million years prior. Around the Opportunity Man came into the image.
The Opportunity Man came into the image. Dear fucking God. There it is. It's done. It's done. That was... Oh my God. That... I feel like I just got fucking MK Ultra, dude. I just got so much shit blasted into my synapses that I just like I blacked out at the end there. Yeah, Opportunity Man. He's like the cousin of Potential Man. Lord Almighty. 0 comments. That is one of the best fucking videos we've ever seen. That was amazing. That was brilliant. That was amazing. Fucking man bear pig, dude. Oh, what a palate cleanser after that Spino Snack shit. Okay. I finished my mashed potatoes. I'm gonna throw that away and also get another drink. You want to come back in? Oh, hold up. Did you see her? Oh, you got catnip all over your back. You are covered in catnip. Oh. Oh, you're so fucking fat still. Meow. Oh. Oh. Oh, don't kick me. Do you actually want to sit on my lap? Can you? Can you? Baby. Oh, doo baby. Oh, doo doo. Oh, doo. Eh. Okay, down you go. Down she goes. She really doesn't like sometimes she likes sitting on my lap. But I think she likes the cushion or something. Like sometimes I'll have my blanket just on me. And when that happens, that's when she really likes cuddling up to me. But like just sitting on my lap straight out, not really so much. Especially when I'm in my computer chair. If I'm like on my bed or something, she'll sit on me. Or like on the couch or something. But I don't sit on the couch very often. Yeah, Brandy stares at the animals in my enclosure
Dr.
sometimes.
Ben
Oh.
donated $1. So I was watching a video about Xbox 360 games, and someone described BioShock as the Bloodborne of FPS. Was nice.
I don't know if I'd agree with that comparison. Really, at all. Those seemed like just... That just seems like an apples and oranges situation. I appreciate the dollar idea, though. Okay, so I know I got suggested... It's really cut up my stomach there. It's back to Matthew Santoro. I got suggested it. Someone said that this had another Elasmosaurus in it. And, like, creatures that could destroy the world. Like, I have to admit that you've got me interested with that title. Could this fucking weird little tribble porg hybrid destroy the world? I don't know. Let's find out.
The wild humanist Baldoraptorus, he's coming for you. Evolution has created...
Still not a raptor. That was two fingers again. Incorrect taxonomy. And he mixed up two different animals. That counts! It counts!
some incredible creatures, and many of them unfortunately are endangered and need to be kept safe in the wild.
I loved Matthew Santero as a kid.
I'm very sorry that I'm probably going to be ripping him to shreds right now, because the last video of his that we covered was quite bad. Also, let me get rid of the subtitles there. Hi, Brandy. Are you hungry? Is that your problem right now? It is about your lunchtime, actually. Give me a second here. He's gesturing at me right now. He's gonna cast a spell on me. Are you a hungry fat baby? Is it time for your lunch? What's that? Is that the purple? Is that the purple drag? Here she comes waddling in. Meow. There you go. Seafood feast and gravy. You're eating better than me. You fat little fatty pants. Oh. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I had to feed my cat. She was hungry. It kind of does look like a Mr. Beast thumbnail, the way he's just like... I said, hang on, I have to frame it better so that my hand isn't blocking my face. There we go. Gotta put it in the thumbnail.
However, there were some creatures that existed in the past that were so monstrous, it's a good thing that they disappeared because they literally could have ended our world.
He's in a weirdly high frame rate. I don't like it. He's moving at too many frames a second for me. He's like those disgusting looking 60 FPS interpolated anime videos that are just all over the fucking place for some reason, because people just think that more frames equals more betterer when it comes to anime, and not, hey, maybe this was animated in this frame rate for a reason. Like, God, when they do that with the fucking Studio Ghibli shit, it just looks like such hot ass.
Here are 10 extinct creatures that
What's a megalodon? That counts.
could have destroyed the world.
Destroy the whole earth.
Number 10 is the Titanoboa.
Yep.
We can all count our blessings.
I actually saw this video as a youngin'
As a youngin, as a wee, this is 8 years ago, so I believe it. I mean, we're overhyping anything if it can destroy the world. So, yeah, that one's basically a given. I do think that harms our chances at getting another swastika, though, so it is what it is.
That the Titanoboa is long gone because it was as long as a school bus and weighed as much as a small rhino. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying different diet. Boa constrictors grow up.
Anyway, yeah, I agree that it feels weird for Titanoboa to be like at the bottom of the list, because usually it's at like the top. Usually Titanoboa is way up there, but I feel like that's because like people are just irrationally afraid of snakes in general, and so really big snake is like, oh. I did actually see a video recently of this guy who was like introducing his next door neighbor who was like deathly afraid of snakes to his like collection of ball pythons, and like really just trying to make sure that she's like comfortable throughout the whole thing. She was a very nice woman, but you could tell that she was just like so horrified of snakes. But by the end of it, she was just like way better than when she started. It was nice. It's nice when people are actually willing to overcome their fears. Instead of just being like, oh, snake, nope, I'm gonna kill that shit.
Up to 4.2 meters long and weigh up to 45 kilograms, while anacondas can grow up to 6 meters long and weigh up to 227 kilograms. But
I feel like that's on the like larger size estimates for anacondas, but that's fine.
The Titanoboa was the largest snake ever at 15
Biggest ever, obviously.
meters long and weighed 1,134 kilograms. Its fossil was discovered in 2000.
That looks like a crocodilian. I'm counting that. Unrelated animal uses B-roll. This is 8 years ago, so that's way before like ChatGPT and shit like that. I don't think we're gonna get anything AI generated, unfortunately. I mean, it should be fortunate, really, but you know, for the sake of our bingo, definitely unfortunate that we're locked out of the easiest one. Big sad. Yeah, I think we're good here now.
2002 in a coal mining region in northern Colombia, where it was
Sure.
no doubt king of the jungle 58 million years ago, 1 million years after the dinosaurs died off.
That is just wrong. That is a completely wrong time frame. Dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago, so that would have been about 8 million years after. If your number is correct, which let's find out if it is. $60 to $58. Okay, so it would have been 6 to 8 million years after the dinosaurs went extinct. So that is just an incorrect fact. You're incorrect, sir. Shame on you. Let's get rid of that one.
This Paleocene epoch monster ate just about everything in its path, from fish to crocodiles, using the same hunting method as its tiny cousin, the boa. It would wrap its
Boas are not tiny, dude. I mean, comparatively speaking, yeah, they're tiny. But boa constrictors are pretty damn big snakes. Especially since, like, you know, the largest snake currently alive today is a boa. If you're going by weight, at least. Anacondas are the heaviest, as far as I'm aware. And they are a type of boa.
long, muscly body around and asphyxiate whatever trespass in its swamp, finishing them off in its stomach. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah, we've talked about how constriction works a billion fucking times. It's not asphyxiation, it's like blood constriction. It like constricts the blood vessels and shit like that, so that way blood doesn't go to the heart or the brain or anything like that, and then the animal dies.
sometimes I'm really hungry and I do the same with food. I'm just like, inhale it, and then it just digests later. Children, chew your food.
Okay.
Number 9 is the Leopleurodon.
Okay.
Swimming during the late Jurassic era was a dangerous game, with the Leopleurodon swimming around with massive jaws filled with row upon row of razor-sharp teeth.
Isn't Leopleurodon like middle Jurassic? I want to... Okay, middle to late Jurassic. You get a pass, mister. You get a pass there.
Mind me, I'm the Leopleurodon. It was the apex
You keep flashing your teeth at me. It's like a threat display. And I say that as me, right?
predator of Europe 150 million years ago, growing up to 9 meters in length and 1,588 kilograms based on the fossil.
The weight might be a bit much. No. I think the weight's probably fine. That's on the higher estimate of Leopleurodon length. But, like, that is still fine in the decently proper size range.
Fossils discovered in France.
Obviously, it couldn't destroy the world being just like a 30-foot long apex predator in the ocean, because we have those today. They're called orcas.
Back in 1873. And not only was it massive, but it swam fast.
Also, we're using lots of Carnotaurus. This is specifically the one at I always get it mixed up. I'm pretty sure it's... Is it just the Museum of Natural History or is it Yale? Fucking hell, I always forget which one this is. It's the one that's got too many vertebrae. Harvard, that's the one it is. I don't know why I always think it's Yale. It's Harvard, for fuck's sake. Yeah, we keep using images of that Carnotaurus mount instead of, like, actual Leopleurodon, which is fair, because, like, I think the Leopleurodon neotype is relatively recent. I could check that, actually. Can we get the neo? When was the neotype? When was this? Oh, it may be a possible. Okay, I don't think we have one yet. Do we? Or wait. Partial postcranial skeleton. This seems very inconclusive. I don't think we have like a full proper neotype yet. It sounds like we still need one. So I'll give him a pass for using Carnotaurus. It actually has like a decent amount of fossil material, as opposed to Leopleurodon, whose holotype is literally a tooth.
With 4 broad, flat, long flippers that allowed it to accelerate after its prey, and the forward positioning of its nostrils gave it a keen sense of smell that could detect prey from great distances. One major disadvantage.
I mean, being able to smell underwater as, like, you know, an air breather, I think is... That's kind of the main thing that always stood out to me about, like, just hearing about this in Leopleurodon and other pliosaurs, is, like, being able to smell underwater doesn't, like, compute in my brain. So the fact that Leopleurodon and other pliosaurs managed to figure that out, I think is very neat. But, like, it's always just kind of just this one aspect of it is just like, yeah, it could smell you, it could smell for a long while, and that means it could hunt you down and kill you.
Advantage of this sea creature was its lack of gill.
Well, yeah, sharks do it, but sharks also breathe water. Leopleurodon doesn't. That's like the main thing that gets me there, is like, how do you smell underwater without your lungs just like filling up with fucking water? Because I don't think there are really modern analogs to this. Like, like dolphins don't smell because they don't need to because they have their echolocation. Like most reptiles that are semi-aquatic today, or even, well, I guess there's sea snakes, but those are using a totally different system. Because, you know, they got like the little snake tongue. So that's like a completely different way of smelling underwater. But again, just like using your nostrils to smell underwater as an air breather. It's very weird. It's very strange.
So it had to surface like a whale in order to gulp air. Which
Or
would
like any other reptile that swims in the water. Like, again, sea snakes.
have been great for an Instagram picture if it didn't devour you before dropping back below into its watery domain.
Okay.
Number 8 is the Megalania priscus.
I mean, that's just misspelled. You said priscus, but that said prisca. Also, it's Varanus priscus.
In Australia, a place filled with
Actually, wait. When was Megalania reclassified as Varanus? Phylogeny. Because it used to be just Megalania, but now it is Varanus. Taxonomy. Megalania is no longer considered a valid genus, with many authors preferring to consider a junior synonym of Varanus. Okay, when the hell was this? 2004? It looks like it says 2004. So apparently it's been Varanus for a while. So yeah, I should have known better. Yeah, 8 years ago. It had been Varanus, like well and truly Varanus for like 14 years at that point.
creatures that can kill you, the Megalania priscus was the largest terrestrial lizard that ever lived, at 5 meters long, called the devil dragon. Fossil evidence of this creature is scant, but molecular evidence indicates that they terrorized the Australia continent's forests, woodlands, and river lands during the early Cretaceous era 100 million years ago. Their remains
early Cretaceous? No, they didn't. That wasn't 100 million. That's just wrong. Say that again. Say that shiz again.
terrorized the Australia continent's forests, woodlands, and river lands during the early Cretaceous era.
Yeah, no, that's completely wrong. These things would have met early Aboriginal humans. That's how recently these things lived, right? These guys were not around during the Cretaceous. During the early Cretaceous, what you had as a carnivore on land was shit like I want to say Rapator, aka Finger Boy, because literally all you get is a bone from its fucking finger. So yeah, like Megalania, no, not even remotely close to being from the early Cretaceous.
100 million years ago. Their remains are often found with fossils of large animals, including kangaroos, indicating that they hunted larger prey that may have even included the nearly extinct pygmy elephants. Now, while
I feel like you're getting stuff mixed up here. I think you're getting that mixed up with the Komodo dragons that were hunting like the pygmy stegodonts on like the Indonesian islands. I don't think those were in Australia, like the Australian mainland, as far as I'm aware. Because there were pygmy like small stegodonts, right? I'm pretty sure in Prehistoric Planet Ice Age, there's a segment where like these giant ass storks are hunting like a baby one, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm pretty sure those did exist on islands in Indonesia, and Komodo dragons may have hunted those as well. But I don't think Megalania did, unless you're saying that Megalania is like basically the same thing as a Komodo dragon, which technically they're the same genus, but I don't think you know that. In fact, I'm positive you don't know that because you're referring to it as Megalania priscus instead of as Varanus priscus. So, and obviously he's wrong about there being kangaroos and elephants in the Cretaceous period. Like, obviously he's wrong about that. Like no fucking shit, right? Notable sized unnamed varanids from East Timor. Yeah, that sounds about right. And who knows what relationship they have to Megalania or Komodo dragons. We'll see.
While modern humans are in theory safe, a fossil was discovered on a Queensland farm that dates back only 300 years ago. So get ready to
300 years? No, it was much longer than that. God fucking damn it. I want to say when extinct, like 10,000 years ago, maybe? 0.05 million years ago. Okay, that's not especially helpful. 50,000 years. 50,000 years. Yeah, that's that's substantially longer ago than 300. That's a lot longer, actually. 300 years ago, like, fuck, dude, that's not even early settlers. Like, early Aboriginal settlers. That's, like, white people. Like, white people would have seen that shit. That's the fucking white dude that was running away from Megalania in Forrest Galante's video.
battle this. I'm coming at you. I'm the devil dragon.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Number 7 is the Dunkleosteus.
Dunkleosteus.
The Dunkleosteus was the largest and meanest fish that ever swam, with an armored...
No, it wasn't. Again, this is even before the pre-shrunk dunk thing, right? Dunkleosteus was not the biggest fish ever. That was Leedzichthyes. Actually, no. That's just the biggest bony fish ever. The biggest fish ever was Megalodon, which... Did you already mention that? No, you haven't. So you're going to say that, like, Megalodon, because you're going to mention it. I know you are. You're going to mention Megalodon later on this list. You're going to say that it was smaller than Dunkleosteus, which is curious.
head that grew up to 10...
Oh, right. The chapter names.
I think he meant Dunkeldrosaurus.
Apparently he meant the Dunkel Colossus. Megalania, Liopleurodon, and Titanoboa. Alright, well, we'll keep an eye on this as these entries go on. Yeah, we already got biggest ever from Titanoboa.
10 meters in length. Dang, and I thought I had a big...
Wait, what did he say?
With an armored head that grew up to 10 meters in length.
An armored head that grew up to 10 meters. You're saying just the head is bigger than the biggest estimates of all of Dunkleosteus. You just straight up got that wrong. Ah, man. Just the head. Yeah, all we have of Dunkleosteus is the head. Estimates back then, like at the absolute biggest, would have put it up at like 30 feet. More conservative estimates put it at like great white shark size, around 20 feet-ish. And now it's at like, I want to say 12 feet, maybe? They shrunk it a lot. But like, this is well before the shrunkening, so we can't hold that against him. But we can absolutely hold the head against him. Like, I've seen Dunkleosteus heads in person. Yeah, they're not 33 feet long.
Dang, and I thought I had a big skull. It was a massive apex predator that could eat whatever it could get its sharp jaws around, with a bite force estimated to be nearly 2 metric tons. But it likely just opened its mouths and let the vacuum suck in any prey stupid enough to go near it. The only
Huh? So it has this bite force and these big sharp, like, not really teeth, and it's not using them because it's just using suction feeding. Yeah, are you getting this confused with Titanichthyes? Because that's just silly. You're being silly right now.
Only predator that would have been a threat to the Dunkleosteus
Oh, no.
would be another Dunkleosteus,
Oh, no.
as some fossils indicate that they engaged in combat and possibly cannibalism. Sorry, bro, but there's not a lot of fish in the sea today. Bit your fin.
Okay, I thought we were gonna get this shit where it's like, they evolved specifically to cannibalize on each other, which is insanity. God, that video.
Number 6 is the Arthropleura.
All right, cool. Easy. This could end the world. This could destroy the fucking world. It's a big millipede.
Imagine an army of Arthropleura super centipedes taller than the
Millipedes. Completely different.
biggest NBA players.
He said tall. That's a mixed-up measurement. They're not tall. They're long. Like, they could rear up, but they're not gonna, like, rear up and be as tall as a fucking basketball player. That's just silly.
At 2.6 meters in length, tapping their not oh so tiny feet all over humanity. By comparison, the
That's a centipede. Centipedes are different from millipedes. I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you this.
largest of the modern brethren is the Amazonian giant centipede that can grow up to 33 centimeters. But luckily, the largest arthropod in history,
Anthropod! And it's not even correct! Because there's fucking Jacalopterus. God damn it, dude. Anthropod!
cannot exist today, at least not in their staggering
No,
size,
no,
because the
no,
Lemurian
no.
age 313 million years ago had very peculiar environmental factors where the Earth's atmosphere
No, we just got done talking about this with Spino Snack. Atmospheric oxygen content had nothing to do with gigantism, not even in big bugs. Not even in big arthropods. It just didn't. Arthropods were able to get big as the fucking square cube law allowed them to get, because they just didn't have competition. Because they were the first things to come onto land. They came onto land well before the vertebrates were able to. So they had no competition and were able to get as big as their bodies allowed them to get.
was 36% oxygen versus 21% today. The atmospheric oxygen content created an
matter.
explosion in the size of flora and fauna back when Europe, North America, and Asia were one landmass. But by the Stephanian age 7 million years ago, oxygen
7 million years ago? Dude! What does your fucking chronology of the Earth look like, bro? Megalania was around 300 years ago. Arthropleura was around 7 million years ago. Like, maybe you meant 7 million years later-ish? Even then. Fuck, dude. Just... Christ.
leveled off, reducing that terrifying size of centipedes that could easily enslave us all.
Millipedes.
This is a terrifying horror creature that pooped nightmare fuel. I'm so glad it's not.
No, it ate poop. It ate detritus. It's a detritivore. If I'm inside an In-N-Out and I see a big Arthropleura, I know everyone else would be scared, but not me because I know it's a detritivore.
Not alive. Number 5 is the Echolopterus.
Yee. Counting that. Oh, yeah, I guess we should have counted that for anthropod, huh? Yeah, the other big arthropod that was bigger than Arthropleura. That's crazy.
The colossal sea scorpion called the Echolopterus
Yee.
grew up to 2.5 meters in length with spiked claws containing long, sharp teeth.
Wait a second. This is an Elasmosaurus. Oh, no. Oh, the Eucalyptus. Arthropleura is spelled correctly.
Measuring 46 centimeters. This 390-million-year-old crocodile-sized
Venice
water
donated $10. New Earth evolutionist?
Maybe. That would explain a lot. Is this the human flesh thing? There's no
bug,
way.
made mincemeat out of fish and cannibalized its own in the coastal swamp waters of what is now Germany. Its fossils were discovered in 2007, but back when it existed,
Was it really that recent? Maybe it's the other one I'm thinking of, the other big ass sea scorpion. Its name always escapes me because we don't see it as often. Pterygotus, that's the one. Okay, so no, that's just wrong. Jacolopterus was found way earlier than that. Maybe he means a specific fossil was found recently. But no, this has been a thing since like apparently this is 1914, this is 1964, this is 1952. I'm gonna believe the 1914 one. What about Pterygotus? Nope, that's also very recent or very old. That's from the 1800s. Nope. All of the big sea scorpions, all the big Eurypterids, they were found ages ago. Ah, fuck. What's the one? What's the one that keeps showing up? It's kind of a glupshido of a Eurypterid, but it keeps like showing up because it was in literally one documentary. What's that one? Pentacopterus or something? Is it that one? No, that one's from 2015. Right, the human flesh was a bright side thing. So what the hell are you gonna say? Nah, Brontoscorpio, that was it Brontoscorpio? Because this guy, no, 1972. Megalograptus? I want to know what the fuck he's talking about. Nope, 1874. Beats the fuck out of me what the hell he's talking about here.
it had no predators as vertebrates.
But then again, we know that his concept of time is a bit fucky.
Had yet to evolve into contenders. So
Okay, I thought he was gonna say yet to evolve at all, because they definitely had evolved by that point. You did have like armored fish by then. They just like weren't especially impressive yet.
anything smaller than it, which was just about everything, became its next meal. To add to the nightmare is that in between its claws near its mouth, the Jacolopterus had two smaller folding arms that could shoot out and grab a hold of dinner like a radioactive praying mantis.
What? Are you just talking about its claws? Because I thought you already mentioned the. Are you talking about the Chelicerae? Because all chelicerates have those. Genuinely, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is he talking about?
From some long forgotten Godzilla movie.
Imagine that. Oh yes, I'm kind of hungry.
Okay, so he's talking about the Chelicerae. I fucking think. Yeah, I thought he was talking about the pinchers, but he already mentioned those. So I'm just like, what is he talking about? This thing does like, but he's saying they shoot out? The Chelicerae are just kind of there. They're just like basically the mouth parts. Like if you see a scorpion or like pretty much any kind of non-spider chelicerate eating, then you will see these mouth parts in action. They're really fucking freaky looking and weird. Can we like pull up an image of Chelicerae? Let's get like some scorpion Chelicerae. This seems like a good diagram. And it's tiny. Tiny. Like a scorpion, one might say. All rights reserved, unauthorized use prohibited. That's so fucking cool. I can't even open this. Man. I think that's about right. I'm trying to find like a really good picture. That works. Okay, so those are the chelicerae of a scorpion. And like when you see them in motion, they're kind of crazy. They're almost like little hands that just sort of like mash up and grind up bugs so that they can slurp up all the little juices inside. It's really interesting. Like most chelicerates, which are the arachnid group that I want to say. Actually, no. Chelicerates are the wider group that arachnids fall under. I'm pretty sure Eurypterids are also in there. But anyway, like vinegaroons and tailless whip scorpions and sulfugids. That's like the proper name for sun spiders, I'm pretty sure. Sulfugids. I always get it mixed up. Like I think it's sulfigudes or something like that, but it's sulfugids. That's the one. Like they have a sort of similar apparatus. Spiders are the weird ones because their chelicerae evolved into the fangs, which are just a completely different apparatus. Tarantulas kind of have like a middle ground between the between like the sort of almost pseudo chewing of the scorpion chelicerae and like the spider fangs, because they got like these. It's weird to describe. They got like these bumpities on like the inside of their chelicerae that can really just grind up insects and help with the whole digestion process. Yeah, tarantulas are also like very primitive as far as spiders go. Same goes for trapdoor spiders. I think they're very closely related, like about as closely related as you can be. So it makes sense that they've got like a bit more of the sort of classic chelicera condition compared to like other more the true spiders, right? Even though tarantulas are also spiders, it's just like spiders under the Arenia? I don't know how to pronounce it actually. True spiders. Areniomorphae. I don't know if I pronounce both the. Wait, what? Araniomorph. Araniomorph. Okay. I'm sorry. I might be dyslexic or something. Yeah, okay, the megalomorphs. Those are the tarantulas and like the funnel web spiders. I think trapdoor spiders are also under there. Basically, like this is a really good side by side. If the fangs point down, that's a megalomorph. If the fangs point inwards, that's an araniomorph. And now you know. Now you know the difference. Basically, megalomorphs are the more basal of the spiders. Those are your tarantulas and again, you like your funnel web spiders. Is that a Sydney funnel web actually? Yep. That is a Sydney funnel web doing the funnel web thing of back the fuck away from me. My venom is weirdly specialized to killing primates that have never evolved in Australia before. But yeah. I'm pretty sure just like the Latin for spider is from or is it Greek? It's like I know that it comes from like the Greek myth of, I think her name was, God, what the fuck was her name? Was it Arenia? Was that her name? It's derived from there. From the chick who was just like, I'm the best fucking weaver ever. I'm better than Athena. Oh wait, that's Arachne. Right. Maybe she like had a slightly different name in the Latin version, or the Roman version rather. Yeah, Arachne. She's like, I'm the best fucking weaver ever. I'm better than Athena. And Athena was like, all right, bet. And she was better than Athena. And Athena's just like, fuck you, you're a spider now. You're a spider, idiot. Because the gods are petty assholes.
Ugh, creepy. Number 4 is Sarcosuchus.
Sarcosuchus, the super crab.
The Sarcosuchus, named after the super croc, makes even the most crocodile-infested waters seem safe like a kiddie pool with a lifeguard. It was the largest crocodile to ever live,
Not a crocodilomorph, but whatever.
growing up to 12 meters long and covered almost head to toe in armored plates that made it practically invincible. Its long, narrow snout was filled with massive teeth and a bulbous tip to its nose called a bulla. Its purpose unknown, but likely enhanced its olfactory senses, allowing it to sniff out prey and use it for blunt force trauma.
My understanding is that it probably would have been used for probably similar purposes to modern day gharials. Like if its nose is that exaggerated and that engorged, then it's probably pretty similar to gharials, which they're just using their nose as sort of a display structure, as far as I'm aware, which is really weird because as far as I'm aware, sorry about that, that's like the only instance of like a meaningful visual sexually dimorphic trait in crocodilians. Yeah, he's saying that it was like swinging its big bulbous nose around like a fucking sledgehammer. You might have something there if you were talking about Tylosaurus. But this is not Tylosaurus. This is Sarcosuchus. Because Tylosaurus, as far as I'm aware, it had like a super narrow snout compared to other mosasaurs. And there are thoughts that it was using its snout basically as a battering ram against not only its prey, but also very likely other mosasaurs in the area, including other Tylosaurus. I don't think Sarcosuchus was doing the same thing with like the bulbous tip on its nose. My guess would either be just the stock answer for every weird structure, which is sexual display structure, or maybe it was helping it smell, but I don't know how like a big, like, you don't necessarily need a big nose to smell good, right? That's where I draw issue. What makes it different from Crocs? I'm not an expert on that. It's pretty much just like genetics and cladistics. They're very similar to Crocs, but they're like offshoots. They're not like on the same path as like true crocodilians, right? They're just like a genetically distinct branch, but morphologically they're very, very similar. But like a lot of stuff ended up being similar to Crocs, even when they're not very closely related at all. Like phytosaurs, I want to say, right? Yeah, phytosaurs. That's not a crocodile. Not even very close as far as I'm aware. They just kind of like showed up and then vanished. Just one of those weird little group of Triassic reptiles that showed up and then they were gone. Like, there's so many weird crocodile analogs, so many weird things that just try to be crocodiles. Like, people harp on the whole shit where there's like the carcinization, right, where everything is evolving into crabs. Dude, way more shit is evolving into crocodiles. Way more shit's evolving into crocodiles. I know that there was a group. There was another group at like the very end of the Cretaceous, and I think at the very start of the Paleogene, I want to say. What were those ones called? I don't think they were closely related either. Also, the confusing thing about Pseudosuchia, the false crocodiles, is that it also contains real crocodiles. Yeah, like the Champsosaurus. Here we go. Another one. Hold on, let me zoom out so you can see his face. Another one! Champsosaurus! So things just want to evolve into crocodiles because, like, hey, it works. And here's another example. That's an amphibian. That is an amphibian, but it looks like a 30-foot long crocodile, or 18 feet rather. And it just works. It works out. Yeah, Ambulocetus, another example. Whales were crocodiles for a while there. Not to mention you got the Spinosaurids. They were crocodiles. There are so many things that just evolve into crocodiles that aren't even remotely closely related to one another. Yeah, Prionosuchus predates the crocodiles. This guy's from the Permian. Well predating the crocodiles. So many things evolve into crocodiles that, like, things being relatively closely related to crocodiles and also very closely resembling crocodiles is, like, not that big of a surprise. It shouldn't be, at least.
Hey, I'm gonna kill you with my nose. They ran things in what is now the
See, look, there's another one. There's Suchomimus. Literally the crocodile mimic.
Sahara Desert, but back during the Cretaceous period 100 million years ago, when it was lush, tropical, and full of delicious things to violently kill. It could literally take its dinosaur contemporaries and snap its necks like a twig.
Its necks.
Number 3 is the Agirocassis.
Big filter feeding bug. Basically a big filter feeding fucking shrimp, and this thing could destroy the world. No.
There were no exterminators during the Ordovician era 480 million years ago.
They wouldn't have needed to be around as a filter feeder.
Except evolution. Back when the giant cockroach called the Agirocassis.
Cockroach? I mean, it's an arthropod, but that's about all they have in common. You were more correct in calling Sarcosuchus a crocodile. Fucking hell, dude.
Swam about a long-gone sea where Morocco is now. These ancient ancestors of the cockroach and other arthropods like shrimp and butterflies grew up to 2.1 meters in length and were named after Agir, a giant sea creature from the Norse mythology. They used their modified front appendages as a spiky net to sort and consume various planktons, which allowed it to evolve into such a large creature, just as modern whale sharks have grown so large from their filter feeding. And
also, whales.
just like the modern cockroach that humanity adores, there were a lot of them. So imagine an invasion of 2-meter-sized cockroaches in your kitchen.
Hey, I'm a cockroach. Can't kill me. I might kill you, though.
Dude, it's a filter feeder. It is a filter feeder. Like, just like today's whale sharks. These big, gentle giants couldn't hurt a fly. But apparently, just like... I feel like he has to know that this thing is harmless, right? And so he's just like calling it a cockroach to make it be like, oh, it's gross and icky, even though... Speaking of icky, even though it would be fucking magical to behold this creature. Yeah, it would die in your kitchen. It would suffocate. What? Genuinely, what the fuck?
Number 2 is the Meganeuropsis.
Big dragonfly. I mean, griffinfly, but
Dragonflies
whatever.
today are beautiful and graceful as they flit around the air, just making our picnics lovely. But the Meganeuropsis was a terrifying predator. Their bodies were...
I mean, dragonflies are also terrifying predators. If you're smaller than dragonflies, at least. If you're bigger than dragonflies, then yeah, they're magical. I want to say dragonflies are closer to cockroaches than fucking Hadrosaur is. And you're just like, oh, these regular dragonflies, they're so magical. They're so amazing. They're so dandy, aren't they? And then it's just like, oh, but what if they were bigger? What if they were bigger? Ugh. I don't know, man. Are we beginning to focus on one clade too much? Because I feel like between Arthropleura, Jacalopterus, yeah, I think we've officially crossed that line. There's too many goddamn arthropods, or sorry, anthropods on this list. We should have, but like, what if it was big on this list at this point? At a certain point, right? What if it was big? No dinosaurs, but like, this is just extinct creatures. So, whatever. Oh yeah, list order doesn't matter is another,
roughly 47 centimeters long with a wingspan of 75 centimeters and were nimble in the air, using their powerful mandibles loaded with teeth to conquer large prey that put up a fight. The United States...
I mean, they probably would have used their legs to conquer the prey, I guess. Like, you know, grab it. Dragonflies today are generally mid-air hunters. They're kind of fucking amazing like that. Dragonflies are just... They've weaponized mid-air collisions on a biological level, and that's so fucking badass. I imagine that the griffin flies of the ye olde days would have been largely the same. They've got like these big old spikes on their legs that really help them just kind of like mosquitoes and stuff that they eat. And then, like, once they've captured it and then they grab it with their tarsal claws, that's when they start to eat it with the mandibles. Dragonflies are badass, honestly. They're really cool.
Particularly the plain states like Kansas and Oklahoma was its domain 300 million years ago during the late Permian era. The Meganeuropsis enjoyed an oxygen-rich atmosphere that made it supersized, making it the lord of the sky long before pterodactyls, birds, and bats evolved.
I mean... pterosaurs, but whatever. And also, again, the oxygen content of the Permian had absolutely nothing to do with the size of Meganeuropsis or anything else. It's just that because there were no pterosaurs or birds or bats, that's what allowed it to get big in the first place.
Okay, this one is terrifying, but imagine that you could tame it, just riding around on it. Hey, Meganeuropsis, you gonna take me to the park? Okay, let's go, thanks.
Bro, you need to, like... You need to get, like, a bunch of them on fucking strings, right? And just, like, hold them like a big bouquet of balloons. These are big bugs. They're not big enough for you to ride on. Okay?
And number 1 is the Megalodon.
Obviously. Oh, we already got that one. Nice. I am very surprised. Yeah, I'm very surprised. I guess we can cross off meaningless statements. We've had a lot of those. Nothing's been an herb. I mean, one thing has been an herbivore, but he didn't mention that. Size or speed over estimate. I feel like his size estimates have been honestly pretty good so far. No clades of animals. Not even in Jurassic Park footage. That's restraint. He did repeat the oxygen thing. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. Oh, right, the Dunk the Osteus. I forgot about that. Right. I was thinking like, oh, you know, 33 feet, that's a bit on the big side, but still like okay for the time. But it's like, wait a minute. He just said that was the head. That was the size of the head. Never mind. You're right. I completely forgot about that.
Done. Great white sharks ain't got nothing on its older, near identical looking ancestor.
No. Because Megalodon is, number 1, not the ancestor to great whites. That's not how it works. Number 2, it's not identical because it's in a completely different genus. Unlike, like, back in the old days when it was Carcharodon Megalodon, you look like you're about to eat me. I want to say by 8 years ago, it was still Carcharocles. That's still outdated. I want to say he should have known better at that point. And yeah, just shark, but big.
The Megalodon, that was 2 to 2.5 times longer at 16 meters and could weigh as much as a commercial airplane at 100 metric tons.
Okay, that's too big. That's too big. I'm bad with weight. Right? I'm bad with weight. Like, so many times the weight estimates just go in one ear and out the other. That's blue whale size. That's too big. It's too big. Like, if this was on one of the upper estimates of megalodon length, like 70 feet, right? Then the 100 tons estimate would hit the ear a lot better. But a 50-foot long animal weighing as much as a blue whale is preposterous. You are crazy. That is crazy.
Unlike many ancient species limited to location, the biggest shark in history could be found almost anywhere.
Even
We got
your
biggest ever, right?
backyard, be thankful.
It may
No, it couldn't. I mean, it was cosmopolitan, but it couldn't live in a backyard. That's silly.
have also had the most powerful bite in history, greater than the Tyrannosaurus rex.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
That could crush a car instantly. The megalodon ruled the Earth's water until as recently as 1.5 million years ago, but its demise was likely brought on by the ocean cooling, the disappearance of abundant prey its size that was required to thrive, and a new contender, the orca, who
Man, the orcas wiped out megalodon hypothesis. I feel like I haven't heard that one in years.
outcompeted them by hunting in social packs. R.I.P.
Pack hunting. Bingo! Took us a while to get there, but we got a bingo. The megalodon likely went extinct due to a variety of factors, such as climate change, out competition from other predators, and hunting by humans.
Superjaws, you will be missed. So, that was 10 extinct creatures that could have destroyed the world.
No, they
but
couldn't
thank
have.
God they didn't. But if you guys enjoyed this, remember to give it a big thumbs up. I do
Like and subscribe. Got it. Got it. Got it! Simply too easy. I'm going to count the Dunkleosteus head as thumbnail bait, too. So that is yet another bingo. Man, we got close, though, for an older one. I mean, the riding Meganeuropsis thing, that was... Saying Dunkleosteus' head alone was 33 feet long is insane.
The farting dinos have better odds of world chaos.
Yeah, they could destroy the world. Farting dinosaurs could destroy the world with their methane fart powers. Yeah, only a couple missing. Like, I don't think that him just being weirdly silent and staring at the camera while doing his little bits counts as footage with no narration. The only herbivore we had, he said, was a carnivore, so we couldn't exactly get that. This was before generative AI. Yeah. Okay, now he looks like he's gonna kill me. He looks like he's stalking me from behind these suggested videos. And he's gonna kill me. I don't like that. Dinosaurs you could outrun in a race by Brightside. I don't like doing Brightside just because getting through their copyright shit is annoying. Because, like, they automatically check if you're watching one of their videos. They're, like, super anal about that thing. Brightside's a pain in the ass. Okay. 10 sea monsters people think exist by 100 million. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is it? What the fuck is this piece of shit? I mean, like, people think exist. That totally opens the door up to dragons. It looks like someone's fucked up version of an Adestus. Is that AI? I'm gonna say it is. I'm gonna say that's AI generated. Anyway, let's continue.
Like and subscribe right now, or you're gonna have terrible luck for the next week.
Obviously.
If you've watched movies like Meg and Jaws,
Megalodon. We're blazing through these.
you'd be scared of sea monsters. To some extent, at least. You'd be
Yeah, like the humpback whale and basking shark.
terrified of the things they could do to you. But you could also think that these monsters aren't real and are just the results of really, really good CGI work.
I mean, Megalodon was real. So, again, the examples you're using are of, like, whales, which are real. So, I don't know what you're doing here.
What if that's not true? What if sea monsters are real? What if they exist? What if they are prowling the sea right now? We actually
The submarine has a fucking skeleton. Yes, it's AI.
Okay. I didn't see that, but I'll take your word for it, because that helps us cross off a bingo board.
don't have to wonder. Sea monsters are real, and today we'll be checking out 10 of the most terrifying sea monsters. Before you start, we've been mandated to give you a fair warning. What you will see may traumatize you for life. Number 10,
Oh, man.
the sea cucumber.
Oh, my God, it's this video! I've seen that clip before! I've seen that clip on Twitter! Oh my fucking God. Some of these may traumatize you. Number 10, the sea cucumber. And it's in the middle of coming. That sea cucumber is coming. It puts the cum in sea cucumber. Oh my God. Unfucking real. The scariest monster. Kevin the sea cucumber. Touch. Oh my God, I didn't know Bass Fishing Productions was here. Okay, I'm confused by this. 10 sea monsters people think exist. This just does. It demonstrably does exist. Sea cucumbers are real. Huh.
Does the name sea cucumber sound scary to you?
No.
Of course not. And if we're gonna be fair, the sea cucumber isn't scary in the regular kind of way.
Why is it on the list? I'm already gonna say a list order doesn't matter. Because the fact that this is present at all means the list order does not matter. It cannot matter. Categorically. Like, you have one of the least monstrous sea monsters at the bottom of your list. It's just like, why even have it there at all? Could you not think of 10?
What makes this sea monster truly monstrous is a biological function that it performs when it's pursued by predators.
Oh, he's talking about evisceration. Yeah, it pukes up its guts. And it's just like... bleh. It's really nasty and gross. Yeah, they'll just, like, take a bunch of their guts that they don't need to live and can easily regrow, and they'll just puke them out of their mouth ass. So, yeah. Like, it's nasty, but they just kind of do that. Echinoderms are fucking weird.
Like all serial killers, it had a trauma as a child. For the sea cucumber, it's that he came. A bad but popular guy came.
God damn it. Ah. Jesus Christ. People who haven't watched anything else, like any other sludge, would be so fucking baffled by that. I'm gonna call this a misleading video. The sea cucumber is not a sea monster. It's just a guy. Oh yeah, it's its respiratory system that it throws up, not like its guts. I mean, I guess they're kind of guts. Guts are, I mean, your gut is like a specific part of your body, but like, your guts, I always assume are just kind of like your organs. Yeah, fuck it. I'll also cross those ones off. It's kind of like brain versus brains. Like, those mean two different things. And then when Mr. Burns gets his power drill and he's just like, why, it's that delightful TV leprechaun. I'm going to get your lucky charms. And he starts drilling into your skull. He's just like, oh no, my brains.
However, before we get to that, let's learn a thing or two about these sea cucumbers.
Uh-huh.
The first thing you should know is that the sea cucumber is...
Yeah, there's the evisceration. That's what it's doing. It's just like hurling its respiratory system out of its cloaca, which is its mouth and also its ass. We call it the old hole-in-one, or the one-in-hole rather. It works with the sea cucumbers, but I would prefer the apparatus that I currently have.
probably just as smart as the cucumbers we eat in salads today. Yeah, that's true. The sea cucumber doesn't have a brain, and it doesn't have sensory organs either.
Neither do most echinoderms, as far as I'm aware. Sea stars also don't have brains, and I don't think that sea urchins do either. They're very just kind of one track, just like move, eat, exist, don't get eaten, and yeah, the nervous system that they have does a just fine job at that.
This means that the fact that the animal even exists is a puzzle to scientists.
No. There's plenty of sea animals that don't have brains. Some land animals don't have brains. We call those YouTubers. But like cnidarians don't have brains, sponges don't have brains, corals don't have brains. Again, echinoderms pretty much don't have brains across the board as far as I'm aware. Bass Fishing Productions does not have a brain. Like there's loads of examples of animals that just don't have brains. That doesn't make it a puzzle to scientists because they have a completely different nervous system. They just have a different apparatus, right? They don't need a brain. I mean, hell, if you want to be technical about it, some animals, I want to say lobsters don't even necessarily have brains. They have like a collection of central nerves, kind of all clumped together called a ganglia. That's not necessarily a brain as we know it. Like that's a completely different setup. So yeah, they just don't have brains, and that's fine. They don't need them.
Aside from that, the animal has a very vulgar characteristic that would scare you. The sea cucumber is capable of contracting its muscles and expelling some of its internal organs out of its anus.
Those are not the internal organs. That is just that's just sand. Because what sea cucumbers will do is that they'll kind of like they'll like suck up a bunch of sand looking for detritus and stuff to like organic matter to eat, and then they'll filter it through their bodies and then poop out all the sand. Like the clips you were showing earlier, those were of evisceration.
This is done to ward off predators. Well, this sounds disgusting, and
that is a pearlfish. Pearlfish. Okay, you know those catfish in the Amazon that they say will swim up your urethra because they just love the smell of pee so much? This is like that, except it's doing it to the sea cucumber's entire body, and also it's actually real. The urethra catfish, it doesn't actually do that. As far as I'm aware, the sea cucumber doesn't really care that there's a fish in its ass because it doesn't have a brain, so I don't think it can care. And the pearlfish like gets protection because for most animals, sea cucumbers are pretty unappetizing. Is it raining right now? It is neat. Does it like it? I don't know. Is this like... Considering it's an all-in-one whole, is it like eating? Is it sounding? Is it like pegging? Or is it all three? Curious.
looks disgusting as well. It works. As long as it works, huh? Number 9. Buck-toothed ghost shark.
Listen, as a fellow buck-toothed individual, that's just mean. By the way, this is the thing that Helicoprion is most closely related to. This is a type of chimera or ghost shark. They have a couple different names.
In South Africa, a new species of ghost shark was discovered, and it's every bit as terrifying as you might have expected.
Modern-day chimeras are quite small, actually. They're really not that big of a deal. They're pretty much exclusively living in the deep sea, as far as I'm aware. So you pretty much would never have to worry about one, even if they were dangerous. Like, they're harmless.
After all, the name of this terrifying-looking creature is ghost shark, and it isn't something like nice-looking sharks or anything.
You know, some ghosts are nice. Have you heard of this little fellow called Casper? He's a pretty friendly ghost. being a ghost doesn't immediately preclude you as being bad. What about the couple in Beetlejuice, huh? The couple in Beetlejuice were ghosts and they were nice. They just wanted to get the family out of their house, and that's why they called Beetlejuice. Oh, shit. Oh, I done did it, didn't I? Yeah, guilt by association. Just from all those other nefarious ghosts. Like, what do you think that a ghost shark would do? Like, not a ghost shark like the creature, but like a shark who is a phantom. Is that worse somehow? Can it leave the water? Would it want to? Would it haunt things? Would it want to? Would it eat you? Would it want to? Ghosts don't need to eat. Everything I see about ghosts is just like, oh, they want you to leave these hallowed grounds and shit like that, right? It's just like, no, you stay away from my beautiful nature, or my beautiful home that I lived in. And do not disturb it. Do not disturb me and my things, right? Oh yeah, salt repels ghosts. And they're surrounded by salt all the time. Yeah, the shark's just gonna knock over a few plates in your kitchen. It'll tip over some chairs and open and close doors. Like, I feel like a ghost shark would be pretty much just a non-corporeal, normal shark. Except it would probably have no desire to eat you. So, I don't know. Unless it just, like, was on land somehow. And at that point, it's like, I guess we'd be screwed then, huh? But who knows?
The creature is about 3 feet in length and is said to be the second largest species of ghost shark ever discovered. I know you're...
Yeah, 3 feet, and that's the second biggest one. Again, these are not large animals. Like, Helicoprion, because it was so large, is absolutely an outlier. Like, all those big guys from, like, the Permian, Helicoprion, Adestus, all the tooth whirl guys, they were complete outliers compared to what survived today.
Question. You're asking if this is even a shark at all.
No,
it's
not really.
Certainly a reasonable question because although the ghost shark looks downright terrifying, it doesn't look quite like regular sharks. So
I mean, like, sharks are such a diverse fucking clade that there's lots of stuff that looks like sharks that isn't sharks. Or there's lots of stuff that doesn't look like sharks that is sharks, rather. Because I'm fucking stupid and I know how to talk. Like... Angel sharks are ridiculous looking. They're just rays. They're just like, I'm a shark, but I'm a ray, actually. And they're just like big old pancakes. Nope, that's tiny. Saw shark. That's a shark. Anvil head boy. Stethecanthus? I want to say that guy was decently small, actually, like maybe 3 feet or something. Do you have like a size comparison? Maybe 6 feet? Actually 10 feet. For the biggest species. Still decently small, right? Also, this guy wasn't really a shark. Another kind of close shark relative. Well, small by shark standards. Not like... Helicoprion was, like, bigger than a great white shark, I want to say. Stethecanthus being 10 feet is, like... lemon shark size, maybe? And you got shit like... one of my favorite sharks, the epaulet shark. Just a baby. Just a sweet little guy. Love this guy. I love epaulet sharks so much. One of my absolute favorites. I think guitarfish are kind of in the middle there. But yeah, there's lots of sharks that come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. So even if they don't look like a lamniform shark, which are the yeah, those are just kind of the sort of stock sharks that you'd expect. Yeah, like thresher sharks in here. Your great whites. What else? Salmon sharks and pork beagles, which are kind of just like the Timu great whites. They're small and kind of cute and dumb looking. Can I get like a... I want a picture of a salmon shark because they're very silly. This is my favorite. Oh, it's tiny. But so is the shark. He's just like... I love them. But yeah, even if they don't look like just sort of the great white sharks that you would be expecting from like a lamniform, I like this one too. He looks like he's kind of doing the thing that thresher sharks always do, where they just like kind of give you the side eye and look back like, what the fuck's going on behind me? What's going on? Yeah, they look kind of like great white shark toys. They're wonderful. What else we got in lamniforms? Ototus, which does include Ototus megalodon, obviously. The mega mouse shark, which even then, that's a lamniform, and it looks fucking weird. Goblin sharks also look weird. Big eye sand tigers look like fucking cryptids. That doesn't look real. That's a real shark. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that looks like a fucking creepypasta. Are you kidding me? This should be the villain in an analog horror series. But that's just an actual ass shark. Even its teeth look weird. Freaky ass motherfucker. Anyway, let's continue. Basically, ghost sharks, chimeras, they're cartilaginous fish, similar to sharks. And unlike rays, they don't sit at the like bottom of the sand all day, so they get to be called sharks.
So which is it? Is it a shark or not? Well, scientists have decided that the answer is no. Ghost sharks aren't actually sharks. Rather, they're large cartilaginous fish related to both sharks and rays.
Again, not that large. You just said that this is like the second largest one, and it's like 3 feet long.
Unlike true sharks, these hybrids propel themselves with their
Not hybrids, not how that works.
large pectoral fins rather than their tails. This could be one of the reasons they're called ghost sharks in the first place. They look like sharks, but aren't quite sharks.
Huh? I mean, I guess that applies to some other fish that get called sharks, like bala sharks and rainbow sharks and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe he confused chimera with hybrid. That makes sense because these are like called chimeras. That's the name that I know them by anyway. Yeah, super weird.
Spooky. Number 8. Giant grenadier fish. Yes, that's a fish. Yes, that's its mouth. And yes, that's real.
I feel like we're looking at multiple different pictures of multiple different kinds of fish here. That looks almost like a stargazer, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Stargazers are also super weird looking. Maybe not just because the pectoral fins don't look right. Monkfish adjacent. That sounds about right to me. Actually... Maybe. I'm gonna say maybe.
This large fish with a horrifying mouth is known as the giant grenadier fish.
Okay, I'm gonna look up an actual picture of this thing so I know what the hell we're talking about here. Giant grenadier fish. Okay, so it is like this guy that's kind of like chilling out at the bottom here. That doesn't seem right. I don't think that's the same fish. Like, yeah, because this guy, that's the guy. This looks way more like a stargazer or some kind of monkfish. So, yeah, I think you're just mixing up two different animals and using an unrelated animal's B-roll. I'm pretty sure anyway. Because, like, this one looks closer? I don't know.
Species of fish is usually found living at the depths of the sea, and they usually swim slowly in search of prey to eat. But when they do not find prey, they settle for animal carcasses. Scientists have discovered that this kind of fish has
Lots of shit at the bottom of the sea just kind of scavenges, especially around like whale falls and stuff. Whale falls are so important in the deep sea that they end up being kind of their own little miniature ecosystems. It's very interesting.
incredibly high levels of a chemical called TMAO in its body. Without this chemical, the fish would be dehydrated by the surrounding seawater. This chemical is also what makes fishes smell like fishes. However, the problem with
Is that not just the thing that all fish would have then? Why does that make this guy special? Do you just not know what to talk about with this fish?
the giant grenadier fish is that it has too much of this chemical in its body.
Ah.
This means that it not only smells fishy, it's also stinky.
It not only smells, but it's also stinky. What? Huh? Saying things. Yeah, it's dangerous because it's stinky. Uh-oh. Stinky. Poop. Jesus Christ.
Number 7. Black swallower. Living 2.7 kilometers below the
Those are
surface
just
of the sea
catfish.
isn't something that anyone...
I have seen these kinds of catfish before, and they are absolutely monstrous. They will eat anything that is smaller than them. They are real bastards.
or fish wants. But that's where the black swallower lives.
Also, that seems like way too small of a tank for all these big-ass fish.
And over thousands of years, this fish has developed characteristics that help it compete favorably in the depths of the ocean. Down in this forbidden part of the
There
sea,
we go. There's actual deep-sea footage.
food is plenty scarce. And to get by, you have to be something different. And that's exactly what the black swallower is. This monster fish can swallow a fish more than twice its size and 10 times its mass in just one gulp. What makes this even more remarkable is the black swallower is by no means a huge fish.
Yep, there it
Only
goes.
25 centimeters.
Again, these fish are bastards. Not even the one we're talking about, because this is a completely different kind of catfish. They are bastards. They will eat anything.
Long, and quite slender as well. However, despite this, it has developed the ability to turn other, way bigger fish into breakfast in record time.
It honestly seems like you should have just put this catfish on the list instead of the black swallower, because I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark here and say that the black swallower is probably like 8 inches long or something. Wow, averaging between 5.9 and 7.9 inches with a maximum known length of 9.8. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What a sea monster. 10 inches long. Yeah, that's way above average. Am I right, fellas? Penis!
To aid the black swallower, nature gave it several long, hooked front teeth that can be pushed inward to allow the prey to move through its jaws, and then pushed back to lock it inside. Once a fish gets between the jaws of the swallower, it's game over. Number 6.
Yeah, these catfish are the real
Sheep's
monsters.
head.
Sheep's head?
If you've watched SpongeBob,
Don't people just catch these? Like, and eat them? Aren't sheep's head just like regular ass kind of game fish, basically? Am I crazy for thinking that a sheep's head is not a sea monster? Also, what's he telling me about SpongeBob?
you've probably seen a lot of talking fish. But what if you saw one of those fish in real life? Would you be terrified out of your mind? Probably, and that's why the sheep's head fish is terrifying. The sheep's head looks like a pretty normal fish. So normal, in fact, that you may not even want to check it out. But if you did, and you tried to open its mouth, you'd be shocked out of your mind. Right in the middle of this fish's mouth sits rows and rows of human-like teeth.
Ah, this
Yeah,
guy.
that's right.
Okay, yeah, that is not all that uncommon for fish. Paku fish have the exact same thing. Yeah, see, and again, like, they got these weird kind of almost human. Fuck, I hate Google. Kind of human looking incisors almost. And it looks weird and creepy. But like that's just because they're designed for eating specific kinds of food. Yeah, it's like a SpongeBob fish because obviously SpongeBob fish need human teeth in order to talk. And so the fish with human-like teeth is like a SpongeBob fish because it's because of the teeth. Because of the teeth. This guy's got some freaky teeth. Look at this guy. Look at those chompers. Anyway.
Human-like teeth. It's often said that the
Human-like
most horrifying things lay in plain sight, and it seems that this
Like they're pretty. I'm assuming that these are like flat teeth that are designed for crushing things like shellfish, because that's just sort of what teeth like that would be even good for. Probably hurt like a motherfucker if they bit you, but yeah, I would not call this a sea monster.
is so for the sheep's head. But how do these fish have human teeth?
What do you mean how? Wouldn't the better question be why, not how? Like how is a boring answer because that's just evolution. Over millions of years and millions of years of worth of fucking mutations, then eventually this condition was decided to be beneficial enough that fish with this condition pass down their genes. Therefore, they have these teeth now. The question is, why is that beneficial? And the answer to that is very boring also because it's good for crushing the hard shells of things like crustaceans and mollusks. So, yeah. Kind of a boring answer for just a fish that to our human brains looks weird because it's got weird teeth.
Evolutionary accident? Did a crazy scientist try to create a mermaid? What exactly happened? Well, all we can say is that the teeth, or chompers, of this fish make it easier for them to destroy shellfish.
There you go.
So maybe their teeth formation was just a result of evolution playing its dirty tricks and nothing much else.
Yeah.
Just maybe. Number 5.
Just maybe it's the most reasonable and really only assumption to make.
Anglerfish. The anglerfish is commonly referred to as the sea devil by sailors. That's the first sign.
No? I imagine most sailors haven't even seen an anglerfish because they're living in the very deep sea. And also, most of them are really small. Like, I want to say that the biggest one is about, like, maybe about the size of a volleyball. What is the largest anglerfish? That's okay. European. Okay. Deep sea anglerfish. That's what I'm talking about here. Largest species in his family. Can we get some size here? So he must have a maximum standard length of 30 inches. And the females are, of course, the largest ones because, yeah, the males are basically little parasites that just kind of latch onto the female and fuse to her and become a pair of gonads that will just perpetually fertilize her over the course of the two's lives. You can actually see that on this specimen. Look, that little guy right there, that little living pair of gonads, that's the male. Yeah, anglerfish are incredibly diverse. So I guess this would also count as if we were even doing AI Dino Bingo Sludge, which are we? Is this the same list? Yeah, it is. That's an entire clade. Entire clade. Also one clade too much. It's all fish. It's all fish, baby. But I guess that was bound to happen. I think we're overhyping the black swallower a bit there. Call me crazy. Can Okay, let's continue.
Something you need to know that this fish is certainly not messing about with anyone. These fish are experts at lurking at the deepest parts of the sea, like the terrifying Mariana Trench, where sunlight is a fable, a story told by old men whose eye has been afflicted with sickness. In these depths are
Okay, HP Lovecraft, how about you chill the fuck out there and tell me about these, generally speaking, very small fish.
the ocean, monsters like the sea devil wait for their prey. The mouth of the anglerfish is so large that it can eat any animal that comes its way. Anglerfish live
No, because again, most of them are quite small. Like, the vast majority of anglerfish, certainly deep sea anglerfish, I want to say, could like fit into the palm of your hand. These are not huge animals, right? They are quite small. So, being able to eat anything that comes into its path is just preposterous. They do have very large mouths, though, and there are the mouths of, like, some anglerfish that straight up can't be closed all the way because their teeth are so fucking long and protrude so much that they just, like, they can't close their mouth all the way. I don't know if this one's necessarily an example of that. It almost looks like it's got some kind of protruding, like, out here. It looks weird.
literally inhale their prey whole. And on the off chance that the prey of the anglerfish is too big for it, it's torn down by sharp fangs. But
I feel like those teeth are more for gripping rather than tearing, because I feel like that's just the case for a lot of fish. Certainly a lot of fish that have this sort of like exaggerated tooth condition, rather than the ones that have like lots of very small teeth, kind of like tuna do. Yeah, that's for gripping rather than tearing.
that isn't what makes the anglerfish truly scary. The fish has a glowing rod that hangs right in front of its mouth, and since deepwater fish are usually attracted to light, they gravitate towards this monster that will most likely kill them.
You mumbled a little bit there. Like, I have an excuse, right? When I flub my lines because I'm live right now, you don't have an excuse for that. Just do another take.
Thankfully, you'll almost never be attacked by an anglerfish. You simply wouldn't be able to get deep enough in the water to have an encounter with it.
Also, they're very small.
Number 4.
Also, they're very small. Like, shit like this kind of pisses me off. I'm not even gonna lie about that. Like, for the most part, stuff like this is basically harmless, because, you know, no one's gonna go out of their way and try to, like, kill an anglerfish because they're, like, scared of it, right? Because, again, most people are never gonna encounter one to begin with. But, like, you put this video out and you give people such a false idea of how big anglerfish even are. Like, I imagine that so many people think that anglerfish are fucking huge and they could actually, like, eat them. No, most of them are so small. Most of them are so small. They would pose no threat to you even if they were just, like, out and about in normal water. I mean, hell, we have examples of that, actually. Depending on how much you want to extend your definition on what a fucking anglerfish is, you got frogfish. Frogfish exist in shallow waters, and we get along just fine with them. Unless you're Bass Fishing Productions, then you kill a bunch of them. Because obviously you do. No, most of them are really small. They're really... Again, you can fit most of them in the palm of your hand.
4. Lamprey.
Okay, fair enough, lampreys are creepy. Lampreys are weird and creepy and kind of gross, I'll give you that one.
The lamprey isn't a particularly scary looking fish. In fact, it looks
You say that about the lamprey? Lampreys are weird.
pretty normal, all things considered.
No, it
However,
doesn't.
you must know that the scariest animals all look pretty normal.
It really doesn't look normal at all. It's one of the few, like, jawless fish as far as I'm aware. So, yeah, that's weird. Look at its gills. Its gills are weird. Everything about this is fucking weird.
Well, roughly speaking, anyway. Now, the terrifying thing about the lamprey is that it looks eerily like something that it's not. It looks like a fish, but it's a parasite.
It's still a fish. It's just a jawless fish. Okay, that's straight up incorrect taxonomy. We got a bingo here. This is even a dinosaur list. We got a fucking bingo. Being a fucking fish does not preclude it from being a parasite. You understand this, right? Oh my god. this is like the only reasonable entry on this list, and I'm fucking, and it's like, he has the worst information so far. Like, hey, this looks pretty normal. No, the fuck it doesn't. I thought he was gonna say like, oh, it resembles something it's not. So, because it looks like an eel, which, like, you know, fair enough. There's lots of kind of eel-like things. Like, you know, there's lampreys, there's hagfish. There are, in fact, eels of multiple different kinds. There's shit like knife fish that look kind of like eels. There's Sicilians that look like eels. But no, he's saying it looks like a fish, which you're not wrong, because number one, it is a fish, and number one, it does look, or number two, it does look like eels, which are also fish. But he's saying it's also a parasite. Like, we just got done talking about anglerfish, and the males are also parasites. They're just like sexual parasites. And I'm not just talking about my ex-wife. Yeah, lampreys are not normal fish. Like, you're not wrong in that they're parasites, but they're parasites and fish at the same fucking time. Peacock's going off outside.
And it's a very huge one. Lampreys thrive in all environments, whether it be saltwaters, freshwater lakes, or even shallow waters. They're everywhere you can imagine.
Even shallow waters. I feel like the difference between salt and freshwater is more distinguishable there, but what the fuck ever.
And they're paramount parasites of the sea. They prey on fish and leave round, gaping wounds that just refuse to heal. The horror of lampreys is that they don't only attack fish, they also attack swimmers as well. But the horror doesn't only lie in the fact that lampreys are parasites.
They look like living condoms. Like, you're saying that these look totally normal. They look like fucking condoms just swimming around.
After all, there are many different parasites on Earth. The horror lies in the way that these life forms attack their prey. To feed, lampreys attach themselves to their host with a sucking mouth and a ring of sharp teeth.
Yeah, so did my ex-wife. Ra-da-da-da-da-da.
Once they've latched on, they begin to bore into the flesh of the animal using their long, barbed tongues. As you can expect, this is a very painful process. To make things even worse, these animals release anticoagulants, which are blood thinners. This means that after the lamprey moves on from the host doesn't stand a chance of surviving for long after.
Well, clearly this fish has survived for just long enough to get multiple scars from lampreys. The thing with anticoagulants, like, a lot of bloodsuckers will do this. Like, vampire bats will do this. I'm pretty sure there's other examples of this, but, like, vampire bats are one of the big ones. The anticoagulants, that the saliva of the lamprey and, like, vampire bats, they release, oh yeah, leeches are probably another example. They pretty much just make it so that blood keeps flowing, and then when they detach, they're no longer pumping in the anticoagulant, so it's just like, okay, then the wound can heal at a normal rate. Like, if a fucking vampire bat had to, like, kill its host every time it bit on something, then that would be fucking horrible. Yeah, mosquitoes also have anticoagulants, and ticks too, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's just a normal thing for bloodsuckers, which lampreys are that's one of their feeding strategies. Sometimes they'll scavenge on carcasses, but a lot of the times they will suck blood.
For long after. If that doesn't scare you, nothing will. Number 3. The Loch Ness Monster.
Okay, that's not even a sea monster. That's a lake monster. Again, people think it exists. They're wrong, but they think it exists. Fucking hell, dude. So now we're mixing in, like, obviously cryptids, fictional animals, but cryptids nonetheless. With, yes, this is a monster that people think exists. Sure. But that's just, like, in here mixed among regular ass fish and also a sea cucumber. Fucking hell, dude. Are we gonna see dragons?
You probably think the Loch Ness Monster is the stuff of myths and legends. Well, we used to. Until
that's a Basilosaurus. Oh, we've already got unrelated animal uses B-roll. Yeah. That's just Basilosaurus.
A long-necked aquatic dinosaur with 4 flippers and a broad
It's not a dinosaur. People think that the Loch Ness Monster is a plesiosaur. That's not a dinosaur. Like, fuck, if it was a dinosaur, then we'd have all sorts of different questions. I mean, hey, maybe it's a dinosaur, maybe it's like a fucking bird or something. People see a bird swimming around in Loch Ness and they're just like, oh, hoity-toity-toy. Oh wait, no, that's Irish, isn't it? I gotta warm up my Scottish accent. It's like, oh, my mother, there's a great monster in that there loch. I had to warm it up a little bit. I defaulted to Irish, and I apologize to everyone living in Scotland. Freshwater pliosaurs even exist? I think so. I think there were smaller ones at least. There were definitely freshwater plesiosaurs. I think there might be evidence of like a sort of smallish freshwater pliosaur. These would have been living in like big river systems, not lakes as far as I'm aware. Although I guess it's possible. Just because like the way that, you know, these animals get distributed is, it's possible that there were plesiosaurs and even pliosaurs potentially living in big lakes. We just don't have any evidence of it. Although groundskeeper Willie impression. Brothers and sisters are natural enemies, like Englishmen and Scots, or Welshmen and Scots, or Japanese and Scots, or Scots and other Scots. Damned Scots! They ruined Scotland! You Scots certainly are a contentious bunch. You've just made an enemy for life.
Crocodile-like body was found in Alberta, Canada. Scientists posit that this animal has all...
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Until a long-necked aquatic dinosaur with 4 flippers and a broad crocodile-like body was found in Alberta, Canada.
I don't even know what fucking animal you're talking about. Is that Styxosaurus? Maybe? Fucking hell. Oh, Christ alive. First of all, not a dinosaur. Absolutely not a dinosaur. Hold on. I have to listen to this a third time, because genuinely, what the fuck are you even saying?
This monster. You probably think the Loch Ness Monster is the stuff of myths and legends. Well, we used to. Until a long-necked aquatic dinosaur with 4 flippers and a broad crocodile-like body was found in Alberta, Canada.
Okay, so you're saying that we thought that the Loch Ness Monster was fake until we found a completely unrelated fossil on a completely different part of the world. What? Huh? Pardon? Yeah, Loch Ness is in Scotland. You get that, right? Alberta, Canada is very, very far away. Did this creature swim about 2,000 miles and let's see, about 70 million fucking years? Is that what's happening? Is that a meaningless statement? I want to say that's a meaningless statement, baby. Ooh, boy. Also, I'm going to say that's flat out incorrect. Just wrong. Just wrong.
Scientists posit that this animal has all the inklings of what we call the Loch Ness Monster today.
What scientists? They always say this shit. They always say the scientists. These scientists think this. Scientists think the things that back up my completely off-the-wall claims. Therefore, shut up.
It's huge, has a long neck that would be able to stick out of the water like the legendary Loch Ness Monster, and has the body the size of a...
Okay, plesiosaurs, it's very likely that they couldn't even stick their necks out of the water in like the sort of swan configuration that is often associated with the Loch Ness Monster. At least because of that one image of the fucking toy submarine with the little neck on it that we know for a fact to be fake. Because the guy who made it just like confessed on his deathbed, like, yeah, that was fake. We just made that up. It was a little toy submarine with a neck on it. Yeah, just the scientists, or scientists say, that could also be a bingo square. We might have to revise the bingo board, honestly, after today. As far as I'm aware, the Loch Ness myth does not predate plesiosaur discoveries. I want to say it really got its start with that one image. Some people say that the myth of the Loch Ness Monster goes back like hundreds and hundreds of years. I think that's incredibly, I don't think that's right. I think they're just like taking examples of like random little things that people said hundreds of years ago and being like, see, that proves that the people were talking about the monster even back then, so it's been there the whole time, when that's just not the case at all. We can look up Loch Ness Monster origins. Yeah, this photograph. This is fake. This was just like a little toy submarine with a little wooden neck on it. Popular interest and belief in the creature has varied since it was brought to worldwide attention in 1933. Mary Anning, I want to say, discovered the first plesiosaur in the 1890s. Mary Anning, when were you doing your shit? No, not the 1890s. Worse, actually. Early 1800s. Early 1800s. Yeah, 1823. Yeah, that is when she found the first plesiosaur. So the Loch Ness Monster came about 100 years after that. So, no. Like, this guy just got it completely backwards. It's just like, oh man, we thought that the Loch Ness Monster was totally fake until we found these plesiosaur fossils that totally happened to match up with the descriptions of the Loch Ness Monster. No! We found plesiosaur fossils, and then later on, people made up a monster that happened to resemble plesiosaurs. So no. Yeah, again, like, this is the earliest stuff that people will, like, that people will use to say, like, oh man, the Loch Ness Monster's always been there. And then everything else after that, what did we say, 1823? Yep, afterwards. Even the earliest sightings were well after the discovery of plesiosaurs. Someone did the digging. Apparently, Loch Ness Monster sightings pretty much originated after King Kong got popular. Yeah, 1933. How about that? Crazy, right? Everyone just wants their own monster. Everyone just wants their own monster. Even the people who had, like, one of the first ones. They just want it.
A medium-sized car. To make things even scarier, this beast wasn't even fully grown, so it's likely that they may have turned out to be larger. However, you should pump those brakes. According to scientists, this ancient animal...
Wait, I thought according to scientists this was a perfect representation of the Loch Ness Monster. Who are these other scientists? Who are the other dentists that don't want me to use Colgate? Who is the one dentist out of 10 that doesn't want me using Colgate, huh? Why don't you explain that to me?
Died out millions of years before humans, so it's unlikely that any human alive ever saw it. But scientists have been wrong before, and they might be wrong this time too.
Now it's time
the scientists
for
are just
today's
wrong.
best pick.
They're just wrong.
This picture was sent in by a subscriber. If you ever see a picture that you'd like to know more about, you can send it in to us. Who knows, your picture may even get featured in a future video.
Okay, so that's why this is here. It's just like... They always do this, like the today's feature is thumbnail bait sent in by a viewer. Definitely not just made by us, and then we put it as the thumbnail so people will think like, ooh, what is this creature that I think exists? Older than AI. Damn it! Retroactive bingo deletion. Sad. This guy better repeat himself or I'm gonna be mad.
Number 2. Frilled shark.
Why frilled
The
shark?
frilled shark has remained the same over so much of its 80 million year history that scientists now believe that it's a living fossil. But how did this scary looking shark get its name? Easy.
Because the gills look like frills. That's it. Yeah, that's... How did it get its name? That's the question? It's got like little frills on its gills. That's it. Did he repeat himself? When did he repeat himself? Listen, if we can get repeating himself confirmation, you just gotta jog my memory. Sometimes I forget these things, so I'm real stupid like. Oh, ow. Ow. Ow, my spine. Ow. Ow, my vertebrae. Ow, my pancreas. I feel, you know what? He did repeat himself. You know when? When he was like talking about the human teeth thing on the sheep's head. He was like, this thing had human teeth. That's right, human teeth. That counts. He repeated himself.
Just take a look at its
Bingo.
mouth, and you'll get the answer that you desire. In
Wait,
the spooky
its mouth? No, it's its gills. Do these look like frills to you? No, they look like rows of fucking teeth. That's not. What do you think frilled means? What do you think that means? Fucking. Can we get like a good look at this thing's gills? Every damn time. Every damn time. I gotta like. There we go. Okay. That's why it's called a frilled shark. See it? Because they look like frills. That's it. It's not the teeth. Okay? Because the teeth don't look like frills. They look like rows and rows of teeth. Not frills. Teeth. Okay? Okay. I like how he just says, well, look at the teeth and you'll get your answer, as though it's so fucking self-explanatory when they look nothing like frills.
The maw of this terrifying creature is a jaw with over 300 pointed teeth, which resembles rows of sharp and terrifying frills. These fish
Sharp and terrifying frills.
stretch up to 5 feet.
Sharp and terrifying. The frills. You know, the frills on a dress. Frills. Continue.
Feet and use their chompers to hunt down fish, sharks, and squids. Thankfully, you don't have to be scared of frilled sharks. They're rarely seen unless you go into the deepest parts of the sea.
Before we move on, I've got a little challenge for you
We already got like a
that'll
subscriber
take
else.
5 seconds to complete. So, here's the deal. You just leave a like on this video, smash that subscribe button, and hit the notification bell, and you will get 25 years of amazing luck. Try it. It really works.
Number 1.
Anyway.
Giant squid.
Whoa!
First, the giant
It's
squid
the
has never been
freaking
captured.
Kraken!
Secondly, it exists, and it's terrifying. There are enormous sea creatures that scientists estimate could grow up to 45 feet long. They are heavy and are almost near impossible to even catch. Thankfully, these squids don't travel in packs and have no
Pack hunting. Pack hunting mentioned.
interest in human beings. However,
He
on
mentioned
rare
it.
occasions, they could pose a threat to a small fishing boat. In fact, scientists are now convinced that most sightings of strange sea monsters are actually sightings of the giant squid. Isn't that a fun thought?
Wow, you didn't talk about that barely at all. The Kraken, like anything like that. Yeah, wow. You barely said anything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was really bad. That was really, really bad. Video on the right. When protesters get instant karma. But as people in like high-vis suits getting blasted by water, I would not guess these people as protesters just because of the high-vis suits. This does kind of remind me of that one video where like there's the protest going on and the people are like the cops or whatever are spraying them with like they're spraying all the people with water, but the dude just makes like a makeshift shield out of plastic and completely deflects it. And then fucking Sundowner's theme plays in the background. That's one of my favorites. I like that one a lot. Yeah, these thumbnails are 100% AI. Like 100,000%. Like, because these are recent, right? So if we go to the most recent one, yeah, they're just the most recent ones uploaded. A month ago, not even cracking 1,000 views. Look at this one. This dude is just blasting this lady with the fucking ash cannon. Disrespectful Karen finally gets what she deserves. I thought she was about to be buried alive here. It's just a prank, bro, and then she dies. Cops going in for a flying kick on this guy. Dogs poop. Dogs poop. Yeah, it's all AI garbage. Times when Karen messed with the wrong opponent. This doesn't even look like a Karen. That looks like... Well, it looks like a Dustborn character, quite frankly. Karen not so tough after being buried alive. What is this guy's most popular video, even? Children with real superpowers. How heartwarming. 10 kids you won't believe exist. Black ones. Oh, also the albino one, I guess. Yeah, God, we really went at that for 5 hours. Like 2 hours of which was just Spino Snacks. We're not ever doing Spino Snacks again. I'm so sorry. That was just awful. Like, I knew it was awful, like a certain kind of awful. I want to say it like the 5 or 6 minute mark. And then it just kept going. It's just like, I'm in too deep at this point. We have to finish this. But yeah, even if it wasn't, this is a very abnormal sludge day. But that is our sludge. And as a result, we will sludge it up. I'm tired. I want to eat, I want to eat a delicious chicken pot pie. And then I want to I want to lay the fuck down. Hopefully I want to finish the damn Doom video. I gotta like have someone fucking tase me every time I get distracted when I make this goddamn video. We did get the peak sludge. We did get the peak sludge. That was good. That was good today. Spino Snacks was awful. The incomprehensible peak sludge. That was great. That was amazing. I love that. We need like a billion videos exactly like that. But yeah, that's our sludge. Sludge it up. I'm gonna go. I'm tired. I hope everybody enjoyed the sludge. I hope everyone got the goo. Get that goo and eat that poo. Yeah, we'll be finishing up White 2 tomorrow. Hopefully. God, please. Please no more Nuzlocking. I'm so done. And then after that, we'll see what happens.